All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to call this meeting to order. We are starting our program of the morning. Please, let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Those who are outside, this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Please, let's settle in so that we can start our program. Thank you, thank you. So, once again, I want to welcome all of us to this conversation today where we're discussing devolution. We know 13 years ago we promulgated our constitution. We still call it new till today. I don't know at what time we'll stop calling it new constitution, but we are proud of ourselves as a citizen of this country that we were able to gift ourselves one of the most progressive constitution in the world. So today we are here to reflect on the 10 years post-devolution. What are the challenges? What are the hits and the misses? Have we been able to live the dream of our constitution? So we have a very comprehensive program, and I want to welcome all of us to this session. So to start us off, I would request that we be upstanding for the national anthem.
O God of all creation, blessed is the Lord creation. Just is the ocean of defender, may we get O God of all creation, blessed is the Lord creation. Just is the ocean of defender, may we get unity, peace and liberty, plenty be found within our borders.
Let's remain upstanding for the East Africa.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
And a word of prayer from John.
Let us pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Dear Heavenly Father, as we are humble gather at this conference themed about the people, we seek your guidance and wisdom. Bless our discussions on Kenya's tenure of devolution, allowing us to reflect on the experience and opinions of its citizens. May our deliberation be marked by understanding, unity, and a shared commitment to empower the people. We acknowledge this diverse assembly present here and ask for your grace and wisdom to enrich our conversations. Recognize the valuable perspective each attendee brings. May our interaction be guided by a collective commitment to understanding and enhancing the experience of Kenyan citizens. Grant us the insight to discern ways to strengthen and improve the impact of devolution for greater good of all. In your presence, may we find common grounds and collective strength in our shared pursuit of better future. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody who has found time to join us this morning. And allow me just to recognize everybody who has made time to be here with us. So first, I want to thank everybody for making time and honoring the invitation to be part of this discussion. Two, allow me to recognize the presence of the Honorable PS Teresia Mbaika, who is here with us. Thank you very much, Madam PS, for joining us. Allow me also to recognize the presence of Professor. In fact, he's one person who needs no introduction. Professor Kivuta Kibwana. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Allow me also to recognize the presence, though virtually, but the person who has made us to be here today, the Executive Director to Aweza East Africa. Please tumpigie makofi. He's joining us virtually. And the entire Aweza team, the country lead, Dr. Sierra, thank you and your team for convening us this morning. Allow me also to recognize Ms. Sheila Masinde, an anti-corruption crusader. You've seen her great work, and we'll have a conversation with her later on in the program. And also to recognize Samuel Kimeo, the Executive Director, Africa Voices. We are joined by Diana Gishengo, the TISA ED. We have Edwin Adoga, the Country Product Coordinator. Gitonga Kinyanjui, we have Michael, and we have So right about now, we would love to, we've recognized to everybody who is in the room, and thank you. I was almost forgetting somebody very important, my co-moderator, Risha, joining us online. Please say hello to this beautiful team we have here today. Risha, if you can hear me. Risha, is she online? Yes. So we have Risha, who is the Advocacy Director at Aweza East Africa, who is also a co-moderator in this program today. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you saw from the brief, we are launching a report, and the report looks at the views and the experiences from the citizens. As I began, I said in 2010, August 28th, we gifted ourselves a constitution. And today, we want to reflect and agree or disagree that, yes, we've made or we've lived the dreams of our constitution. So allow me to welcome Aiden, to welcome all of us here before we start, because otherwise I can tell you there will be no tea if I don't give her time to talk to us. Thank you. Karibu sana Aiden. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. He is joining us online.
So a topic not so far from what we'll be discussing today. Unfortunately, the stars have not aligned for him to be with us, so you will have to deal with me as a poor substitute, but I'll do my best to fill his big shoes. So my name is Risha Chanda. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Engagement for Aweza East Africa, coming to you from Dar es Salaam. I'm very, very excited to be here. I want to really welcome all of you and appreciate you for giving us your time, especially on a Monday morning. You know, we don't take it lightly, and we really appreciate your presence. I think my colleague Osedo has said very nicely about, you know, we're really excited about all the amazing speakers we have lined up for you today. I think this is going to be a great conversation, and we're really, pleased to be able to play our part in injecting the perspectives of citizens and Kenyan citizens into this conversation. So in welcoming you, one of the things that we wanted to reflect on is a little bit the connections between devolution and the Open Government Partnership. So, in many ways, Toyza has been a kind of really active participant in the Open Government Partnership since it was formed in 2011. We were part of really that community that helped to found it, and that's why we were so so excited to be able to work on this issue of devolution in Kenya as well, because you see this really great kind of alignment. Devolution and the OGP are really infused with the same spirit, the idea of partnership, that citizens and their governments together can make things happen. That by working together, we can have more sustainable, more equitable, and better outcomes. And we can see that's very much the spirit of devolution in Kenya. It's really aiming to bring government closer to people, making our leaders more proximate, making them more accessible. It means we can plan together, we can dream together, we can hold each other accountable, and we can learn lessons to improve. Similarly, the OGP asks government to engage with civil society as kind of, in a way, as proxies for citizens to define shared priorities and commitments that then we also kind of follow up on together. And I think, that this is a pretty exciting and in some ways radical idea, I would say. I mean, it may sound very kind of normal now, but, 20 years ago, the idea of citizens being so kind of central in how government works, I think was not really the vision even of necessarily democracy, which was sort of focused more on that kind of electoral cycle. So I think this is, this is new and kind of trailblazing in many ways. And so there are, of course, those things that we still have to work out, those challenges that we come across. I was very struck by the debate around the kind of Finance Act in Kenya earlier this year. And in particular, what is the definition of public participation when individual Kenyan citizens were offering up their voices and their views on this bill at that time? There was some challenges. These didn't come from organizations, so we can't necessarily accept these voices. And so I think there's a discussion to be had there. And likewise, in the Open Government Partnership, we think about, government and civil society coming together to make these shared commitments. But these commitments need to be resourced. So do civil society members contribute financially to meeting those commitments? Do they support government to fundraise? I think there are some questions around that in both these spaces. But so as we're kind of looking at essentially 10 years on, devolution 10 years on, I think it's really exciting and fitting that Kenya is the incoming Open Government Partnership co-chair. So the way the Open Government Partnership works is you have a sort of civil society chair and a government chair. And so Kenya is the incoming government chair from next year. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Kenya is one of the countries with a high, or maybe the highest number of subnational government members of the local version of the Open Government Partnership. So I think you can really see there's a strong alignment of kind of values and approaches. And one last thing I really want to draw attention to that I think is a really exciting opportunity of devolution and indeed the Open Government Partnership is this idea of how we kind of learn from each other and how we share best practice, how we cross-pollinate. There's this sort of really nice story, I think, of kind of open contracting or open procurement in Makueni County that was instituted there under a professor's leadership. We're very happy to have him here today. And then the national government kind of also wanted to institute something similar, and they came to learn from Makueni. And so that experience and idea of Makueni was able to kind of spread across the whole country. And I think that's really exciting, creating this space for exchange, for sharing knowledge, for sharing experiences, sharing how things work. I think that's a really important aspiration of devolution as well, and why we have these kind of joint platforms and spaces, even indeed like today's event, where we can come and sort of discuss and see how we can do better in living up to our aspirations. So just in closing, I want to say, to me, Kenya, with this ambitious and progressive system of devolution, perhaps one of the most ambitious and progressive systems of devolution in the world, is also a trailblazer in the open government partnership. And I think as we reflect on and celebrate these 10 years of devolution, it's a great time for Kenya to assume this mantle of leadership in the open government partnership so that the rest of the world can really benefit from your innovations. So with those few thoughts, I don't want to keep you long. I know we have lots of exciting things ahead of us. My colleague, Dr. James, is going to present some really, really interesting data. We have a great panel, as Oseta has already mentioned. So yeah, I really hope we have a great discussion today. I'm very excited to spend this morning with all of you. And yeah, I wish us all the best in our deliberations. Thank you so much. Back to you, Oseta.
Thank you very much, Risha. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Tumpigie makofi. She's mentioned some pertinent issues and some things that have worked well. We are blessed to have Professor with us because I think he's one of the architects of our constitution, and you could see the progress he made when he was the governor for Makueni. Tumpigie makofi tena. And all the counties that are doing amazing work to live the dream of devolution. So right about now, we are in the tech world and we have to embrace digital or digitization. So allow me to put us through a task. Please take out your phone. I know we have very beautiful fonts. Very, very beautiful fonts. And as you take your, actually there is Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi password is Kempinski01. I hope I got it right. Yes, Kempinski01. K is capital. Please log into the Wi-Fi. So we are going to, we've talked about devolution. Since 2010, 2013, we elected the first government under devolution. And to date, I'm not sure if the 53+ million Kenyans have appreciated or understand what devolution is. I'm not sure, I'm not very certain. As part of my work is I go around the counties doing some of this work with the communities, and some stories are quite disheartening. So where you are seated, what does devolution mean to you? What does it mean to you? When you hear the term devolution, some of us, we've heard about it for a very long time, but where you are seated this morning, before we have this conversation, what does the term devolution or the word devolution mean to you? So we are going to log into our Mentimeter. I'm waiting for the tech team to put it up. Just go to your browser, type mentimeter.com. Actually it's menti.com. Sound tech team? So it will require you to put a password or a passcode. The passcode is 73900170. I repeat that again. 73900170. So as we continue with this conversation, please let us know from where you are seated. What does devolution mean to you? So as we do that, and as we have that interactive session on the devolution, we want to know if these 10 years or the 13 years have meant anything to us as citizens. Where is the problem? Where are we losing the ball? So as I mentioned, there's a very beautiful report that we are going to see in a few seconds from now. And this report is about the views and experiences. About a few months ago, we had Devolution Conference in Eldoret. From where I stand, I had an issue because it was government talking to government. Devolution to me is about the people. I don't know how many, honestly, how many were able to attend the conference, because in this hard economic time, affording 20,000 to register as a delegate, Madam Pierce, was a challenge to me, and I know to very many other Kenyans. But I would have really wished to be part of that conversation. Am I not speaking for ourselves? Si ni kweli? Yes, tuambiane ukweli. Sivyo? Yes, so devolution to me is about the people, and we must live that dream. So just to give us the snippets of the report, me to welcome Dr. James Sierra, a good friend of mine. We've done some very great work with him, and we continue to engage the citizens on matters that are pertinent to them. If you heard about the 93% Kenyans rejecting the finance bill, that was the beautiful work of Toweza and CFA. That is the Center for Fiscal Affairs. Tupigie makofi tafadhali. So I would welcome Daktari just to take us through the findings of the report. Please check on your neighbors. The data is shared because it can be a bit depressing. So check on your neighbor once in a while and tell him, we are going to get there. We are getting there. Okay? Are we together? Sasa tumpigie makofi akikuja. Karibu sana Dr. James.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. As I've heard, I'm James Shira. I work for Toweza East Africa, and it's an honor to stand before Madam Pierce, Professor Sheila, other dignitaries, and other attendants. I would want to take a very short time. I know Madam is heading to another meeting, so I would want to spend, if possible, 5 minutes. I'm a statistician by profession, so you expect me to talk more about data. So less of stories and such kind of thing. So today we're going to talk about power to the people. It's the theme of this conference. Let me call it conference, whether it's workshop and all that. At least to get to understand Wananchi's experience on what has happened in the past 10 years. With the inauguration of the new constitution, we find it made it easy for people to interact with leaders. Remember, sometimes back, everything used to be decided in Nairobi. But at least even in Mandera, a common mwananchi, Mama Mboga there, can be able to go and tell the member of county assembly that we need this and this to happen. And within a very short time, this will happen. So that's why the focus of this workshop is on what people are saying, because we need to go back to people you are providing services to, at least to get to hear what's happening. Besides that, I also want to introduce something, the platform that we have used. So it's called Sauti za Wananchi. It's like a tool or a platform which is able to help us to be able to collect.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Yeah, to hear experiences such that we can be able to move out, interact with citizens, get to hear their views on a certain topic or issue, be able to put that together and be able to disseminate to stakeholders like what we are doing here. So without wasting a lot of time, I want to dwell into the details. Sorry. It's hanging. Yeah. So this is the process. So we normally go out, get to hear what's happening outside there. We sit down, design a tool. Then we have a call center because our surveys are telephone-based. We collect this information, we do the analysis, we write reports and share the policy briefs that we have. Then the second level of engagement, we call stakeholders together, have a launch like the one we are having. Then from there, after the launch, because we have to have historical information, we put it on the website such that in future you can be able to access. And then from there, we can even have other meetings or discussions on different topics. Basically, the survey happened between the month of July, and it was done in preparation for the Devolution conference that we had. And we were happy such that we were able to share some of the findings, which were appreciated, especially to show what we have gained since Devolution started. So we were able to contact 3,746 wananchi spread across the country. The sample size was national representative, so we expect people from all over the country to have participated. And there's something that we need to mention here. We did something called stratified sampling. Sorry for statisticians, probably they understand, but in a layman's language. So we stratified the country into units, whereby our main focus was Nairobi. They have some interest, Mombasa, Makueni, where we have a few programs happening, the same case with Elgeyo Marakwet and Vihiga. Then we had 2 additional stratas where we had to also to consider as a region. So we had to put together Tana River, Marsabit and Turkana as one strata, and then we had another one, Garissa, Wajir and Mandera, because it might be of interest to get to know how are the Asa region faring on devolution. What are the citizens saying about it? It's a multi-stage strategy, stratified process. That's what we used, and we focus on people aged above 18. It's computer-aided telephonic survey, and the sampling error, which I think might be interest for people who deal with data, is plus or minus 2. So if I mention 60%, you get to know it's between 58 and 62. That's just an example, and we are the ones who funded the poll. I won't go into the details, but you are aware that we have 47 units of government, plus now the national government. And this is well enshrined in our constitution, Article 1, Article 6, Chapter 11, and all that. In that, and there's also some shared responsibility, of which we know that we have 14 functions that are already devolved, in that the county government have some say on these functions. And besides that, citizen participation is key in this process, whereby citizen views should be heard. And another thing is the counties normally get at most 15% of the revenue that is raised by the national government. And so far we have received 3.6 trillion Kenya shillings, of which 306 has been collected by the counties themselves using their revenue collecting processes. We are happy that President Ruto the other day increased the amount. It used to be around 370, now it's 385. So we can see the good thing that is coming out of these kind of discussions. So basically, what are we trying to do? Because we have also to define why we are here, what we are after. One, we want to understand whether do wananchi understand what devolution is. Because if they don't understand it, it has been there for 10 years, then it beats the sense having the government pumping over 3.5 trillion into this process. And specifically want to hear some good examples like on health. Specifically in the health sector, do they feel like devolution is doing a better job at managing health services compared to how things were before? And how do citizens perceive opportunities to have participate in decision making? Because this is key. They listen, or it's just a few people who sit down and make decisions on behalf of the almost 50 million people that we have in Kenya. Then the last question is, what are citizens' views on the allocation of funds? This is something that has been there for some time, where you have the national government and the county government. And there's that aspect of sharing resources and all that, such that we can have devolution happen in the country. So let's hear something on what's happening. We start with, do citizens understand what devolution is? So it was an open-ended question, whereby we wanted to hear what citizens think or they perceive what devolution is. But the most amazing thing, even doing all this, because some who said it's having county governments, that's what they think devolution is, which is 32%, bringing services closer to wananchi. So when this was enacted, citizens thought, or so that at least the government is closer to them. Service delivery is by the county, citizen involvement and all that. And you can see all the percentages. But the most shocking thing here is 30% of wananchi have no idea of what devolution means. Now, this now takes me back to a survey that we conducted on election, because there is something that we found, that there is a close linkage or a correlation between awareness and practice. Because it's quite amazing to find that 71% of wananchi said that they were willing to participate in the election that happened last time. So here we have 70, 100 minus 30. So 70% are aware and they can be able to say what devolution means. And on the other side, those who are willing to participate in the election were 71%. With a margin of error plus or minus 2, you can see there's some kind of an agreement. What does it tell? So it means that there's this 30% that we as stakeholders need to think about so that we can be able to reach out to them, because awareness is zero. And on the other side, because they don't have any information, they're not even willing to participate, even on the fundamental, on one of their fundamental rights, that is voting. So this is something that need to be researched further, and maybe when we look at it further, we found we have a very big chunk of youths who are in this percentage. So when we decided to disaggregate the findings, men and women, there's a very small difference. When it gets to age group, you can see how things are. When it comes to education level, you can see there's not that big difference. The only difference comes in when you look at Nairobi, awareness level in Nairobi. I was expecting to be quite high, but I'm wondering it's so low at 33, that is 47%. That's quite, now compare that with Makueni, 46 plus 19, that is around 67, 2 out of 3 of 1 in Makueni, do understand, compared to Nairobi, less than 50. So when you look at all this, it tells a lot in terms of the interaction between officials or government officials and wananchi. The more they interact, the more there is high awareness and even participation and all that. To what extent do they support? Yes, there's that awareness, but we also wanted to know how do they support devolution. So we find almost 80%, that's 47 plus 36, they support. And even when you look at gender differences, it's quite minimal. The same thing with age, even regional variation, they are quite minimal. And a clear indication that wananchi really support devolution. And basically something that might be of interest is when you look at those who are aged 55. So as age goes up, you find the support goes up. What does it tell you? They had the experience of what was there before and what is there right now. And basically that tells a lot that those people who had experience with the past governance system really appreciate devolution. We also wanted to know what are the main reasons why do these people support devolution. Sorry, we have a small problem with that. But some of the issues that were mentioned on why wananchi do support devolution, they are not many, but they are quite key in terms of getting to know where we need to focus on. One thing that they mentioned is that there's improved health services. So health came as number one. What does it tell us? Which aspect of health? Because when you look at it holistically, you can see it's doing quite well. We have improved roads. Probably the road that gets to your home has been paved and all that. So this is something wananchi really appreciate with the new system. We have services close to wananchi. We also have increase in local job opportunities. We have more responsible government and all that. Then we have another proportion that do not support devolution. And these are the people we need to focus on, because one of the issues that they said is that there is increased cost. That's something that is understandable. Because when you look at the number of job opportunities, when you have all these offices, it created more opportunities for people to be employed. And on the other side, so the county government, even the national government, had to increase taxes and all that. Now, the next thing which I think Sheila will be able to help us understand, corruption came as number 2. It's also something that is making many people, many citizens, not support devolution. So we have issues to do with health services and all that. But when you look at the percentage, I think when you compare to those who support it, there's a very big difference, because the other one is in the tune of 60s, whereas whatever we have here, for those who are not supporting, is something less than 10. So we just should focus on the positive aspect and get to see what we can do to improve. Now, do you agree with the following? We found that 3 out of 4 citizens say devolution has led to public better services. This is on different aspects because we find the one that scored highest was devolution has led to improvement on service, that is health and all that. People can be able to see some economic development because of devolution. They can feel more involved in decision making. And there's also some level of transparency, because when money is distributed in your locality, at least you have a say. You can be able to see roads were located this, and I can see some things that are changing. Devolution has resulted in a fair distribution of resources, especially with the marginalized, and we could be able to tell, especially in the Asa region, we could be able to see there's a lot of support because of this. So it's a clear indication that we are moving towards the right direction. Then we also found that 2 out of 3 citizens say devolution has helped them improve on health services. This was quite important because you can see 68%, and the variation between men and women is quite small, 60, 66 and 70. And the same thing with other parameters or demographic characteristics. But when it gets to regional variation, you find Makueni at the top. Okay, we are not making comparison of which, because of the interest we have in Makueni. We just wanted to showcase how things are moving on, of which we don't have big sample size such that we can be able to say compare Makueni with other counties. But for this particular study, we found things moving on quite well in Makueni. Now, when it gets to have these services, there are a few things that clearly shows why, or some of the reasons why Wananchi supports devolution. One of them being better services. We have increased access of health services and all that. Now, allow me to focus this probably in the report. When it comes to accessibility on health services, we found most Wananchi were quite happy when the county government was handling that. But when it comes to quality, they believe the national government can be able to handle that. Maybe distribution of drugs, the health officers and all that. But when Wananchi think that they improve services in health, they say that drugs are available, the availability of variety of services, and even trained personnel. And we also have another small group that says that services are not better, corruption being one of them. There's no prioritization of health in some of the counties. There's lack and delayed disbursement. That's something that need to do with the national government and the county government, and there's lack of trained personnel. But on overall, we found Wananchi are quite happy with the way things are happening. Now, let's now move to participation. How is Wanjiko involved in decision making? And we just asked a very broad question to get to understand, do they understand what participation means? We found that 42% say that taking part in village barazas, that's what it means. That's what participation means. We have other people, another group, 27, who said implementation of citizens' opinion, participation in decision making. We also have 17% who said participation in county budgetary process. But we also have a big chunk, around 11%, who don't know what public participation means. So what should we do about these people? We can now link this to the 30%, and as we dig deeper, we can easily be able to identify these people and probably come up with programs to target them. Now, have you ever participated in this meeting? Because if it came up, then there is a reason why they think things are moving on towards the right, or there is an incentive on why they participate. So what we did here, we decided to make some comparison over time. This is something longitudinal, whereby we had asked this question in 2015, 2018, and 2023. And the most amazing thing, we find that there's that upward trajectory, starting from 27% in 2015, heading to 41%, and recently it was at 46%. What does it tell us? That Wananchi are more participating more in these meetings. Whenever they are called, they find themselves attending and even asking questions. And when you look at gender issues, we found more men participating. So I think that's something that we have to craft something to target ladies, because they seem, yes, they have a lion's share on issues to do with health and all that. But when it comes to these meetings, they seem to be lagging behind. The same thing with age distribution. The more elderly you are, the more chances for you to participate. Even when it gets to regional variation, we found some of the counties where devolution is more vibrant, we find there is more participation. And from the findings, find that comparing 2018, we find that more citizens are now say that it's easy to engage with county governance, but most still think it's a bit hard. So from what we have here, in 2018, when it comes to meeting their leaders, we found around 23% of wananchi can be, in 2018, thought it's easy for them to reach their leader. Compared to this year, sorry, it's the other way around. It's 23% in 2018, but now it's around 31%. When it comes to making influence, maybe going to these barazas, make contribution, and then it's taken into consideration, we found there's that upward trajectory. And even when it comes to access on information on county budgetary processes, we found citizens are more involved. They said, or they admitted they are more involved in these processes, which is something good. But now the other side of it, which is a little bit discouraging, we found it's less than 40%. What does it tell us? That like 7 or 6 out of 10 of wananchi don't think that the experiences or their participation is taken seriously. Is devolution good or bad? Because that's the other question that we need to understand. And these are challenges that we have been encountering, or the system has encountered, of which citizens were ready and willing to share with the government on issues that are making them think devolution is not moving on towards the right direction. And one of the issues that was raised, that is corruption and misuse of funds. So that came as number one with 62%. That's 6 out of 10 said that corruption and misuse of funds is what is the biggest challenge with the implementation of devolution. There is also poor financial management, so that's something that needs to happen. On the system side or the government side, we need to have competent people who are more transparent, and on the citizen side, they need to get more involved to get to know, we have these funds, they have been transferred to this, and this is what is happening. And also we have counties lack sufficient funds. This is issue which I think need to be discussed in Parliament, because right now it's 15% of the national revenue. Wananchi think that if this amount can be increased, devolution can work better, and there's low citizen participation. It's also mentioned as one of the issues that hindering devolution. And the other issue which I think was addressed well in the last devolution conference was delayed disbursement to counties. This is something the national government need to work closely with the county government, such that we may not have these backlogs that have been there before. Now, we also wanted to hear from wananchi on how they perceive national government in terms of service delivery and the county government. And we found that when we asked them where do they think some of this docket should reside, water and irrigation, wananchi say that county government can be able to handle that docket far much better compared to national government, because the national government was at 18%. In terms of agriculture and livestock, citizens are pro-county government compared to 22% who think the national government can be able to do that. The same thing with forestry, issues to do with youth affairs, labor and social development. Now, on the other side, on the other end, citizens think that security is well handled by the national government compared to the county government. The same thing with health, of which I mentioned earlier. There are specific aspects which wananchi think can well be handled by the national government. Issues to do with education and all that. Now, the most amazing thing which we need to look at, or we need to focus, is the group that is undecided. You can see the bar that is in between the two extreme ends. These are the people who are undecided, and these are the people that we need to sway their views, such that we no longer have the 27, such that they can decide that it's the county government doing this and this. Moving on, why do they think the county government can be able to handle this in a better way? In terms of accessibility, found 20% think the county government can be able to handle this docket in a better way, and this is particularly on health. As I mentioned before, when it comes to accessibility, county government scored quite highly compared to the national government. Quality of the service, we found the national government scoring higher compared to the county government, but the other, whatever, the percentage are quite small. So in terms of access, I believe you believe what you see. We have this health facility that was constructed by the county government. So we have so many whatever happening, and the wananchi are really appreciative of what the county government is doing. But when it comes to service delivery, maybe having doctors and all that, we found probably in terms of quality, the national government can handle that docket better. Now, we also found that half of the citizens say, they say half of the citizens say budget allocation to counties is insufficient. So what does it tell you? I think it's a push from wananchi so that we can have more mandate in the county government, because if 52% of wananchi think that whatever is shared or is given to the county government is insufficient, there are reasons why that was mentioned. Now, and we also have another group which is quite small, that's around 32% who think that the funds allocated to the county government is sufficient. And those who think that the amount is sufficient because counties can prioritize on their needs. Now there's some level of autonomy. So whatever, whether little or high, 25% of wananchi think because they have that autonomy, it's easy for the county government to be able to prioritize whatever they receive from the national government. Counties are also able to effectively manage the budget. They have the capacity, they have the people, and they believe whatever they are given, they can be able to manage. Then among those who say that amount is insufficient, we have 45% who say that there are too many needs within the county. We have salaries to be paid, we have this other devolved function, the 14 of them need to be taken care of. So they think if we can have higher allocation, they can be able to deliver better services. And we also have issues to do with corruption, which need to be eliminated for us to be able to progress. Now, we also found that in terms of money allocation, because we asked this question, think about your county revenue allocation. Would you say that you are happy or unhappy? So we find majority of wananchi, more than half, they are not happy with allocation of funds. And as you can see from the demographic, there seems some consistency or no big differences, and we really wanted to know why do they think so. And some of the reasons or issues that were raised by wananchi is that there's more taxes. That's one of the issues that was pointed out. There are too many taxes at 30%. Issues with corruption came up at 18%. We also have issues to do with a lack of accountability and inaccessibility. Some of the leaders are not quite accessible such that you can have constructive discussion. Among those people who say that they are happy because there is improved service delivery and there is free or low costs of the services. Some of services are provided for free, and there is improved access to the information. So when you visit these county offices, you find that information is accessible. When you want to know how much was allocated to this, it's quite easy for you to get this information. Now, as we end this discussion, we found there's a few issues that need to be addressed. Which are they? One, overall, almost half of citizens are uncertain about the impact of devolution. Yes, it has been there for 10 years, but when they are asked, do you think there's any impact on whatever, on the 3.6 trillion that has been pumped into this process, 47% think, hakuna mimi kitu tunaona inaendelea, compared to 37% who say that they can see some positive aspect. Now, what does it tell us? That if majority think there's no impact, what does it tell us? That yes, it's like making two strides ahead and then making 3 strides behind. And basically that's what's happening. When you look at different sectors and all that, wananchi think the two government systems need to work hand in hand so that devolution can become a success story. Looking at it across regions and all that, Makueni seems to be doing it quite well, and the same thing with Elgeyo Marakwet. Finally, or almost ending, that most citizens think that leaders take little account of citizens' opinion. So what we did here, we asked them to rate the county government, leaders work in the county governments, and those who work at the national level. And as you can see, it's 78% of wananchi think hatuwezi wafikia compared to 74%. So there's that consistency across the different demographic characteristics. A clear indicator among the leaders that we have here, we need to engage more with the wananchi, and we need to listen to them and even demonstrate to them that whatever or the views that they have shared has been incorporated in decision making. So in summary, this is what we found, that This brief, or whatever the findings that we have presented, clearly indicates on citizens' experience and opinion on how they perceive devolution and how the government is implementing it. And majority of them, they are quite positive about it. And when we look at it further, we found that there's more endorsement among wananchi, although they pointed a few things here and there. One, most citizens say that devolution is being implemented well. That's something positive coming out of wananchi, and they really support this process and would be happy if services can improve. And citizens are finding it easier to engage with the county government compared to how things were before. And they also think whatever they say, although the numbers are not quite high, or the approval rating is not all that high, but they think compared to how things were before, they are listened more compared to the centralized system. And the positive headlines should not distract us from the challenges or some problems that have been pointed out. One of them being corruption, which need to be addressed at the national level and even at county level. I was engaging with other wananchi and said, siku hizi naona kama corruption has been devolved. As in, initially it was centralized, but now it seems to have been devolved. So that's something that we need to dig deep and get to know how this corruption can be addressed. Citizens reported that they continue to face many challenges that devolution should help to resolve. One, in terms of accessibility, and we need also to have leaders who are more responsible and who can be able to implement and prioritize citizens' opinion. And maybe I need to mention this, as I've told you that we have some work in Makueni and Elgeyo Marakwet, but given that we have devolution has been quite vibrant in these two counties, we found more better outcomes compared to other regions. And this clearly indicates that the more we have this interaction between the government and wananchi, the more they perceive things happening in the right way, or they think we are moving towards the right direction. But still we have some challenges, given that we also did some qualitative work in these two counties, and they pointed out a few areas which probably we can discuss in another forum on what the government, particularly in Makueni and Elgeyo Marakwet, what they need to do so that we can have a more interactive government which involves wananchi more. Risha mentioned about OGP, which is something that has really propelled the working relationship between the government in terms of transparency, involving them in budgetary processes and all that. And basically, if we are able to engage more with the wananchi, I believe probably in the next 20 years, the indicators that we have here will be far much better if we are going to move on with the kind of spirit that we have had before. With that, I think that marks the end of today's discussion. Before we have our panelists, so that they can, we can sit together and be able to answer some of the questions that might be of interest to wananchi, of which I know these are some of the research questions that we maybe poll in like a few months from now, and we can be able to have another workshop like what we have here and be able to address them. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. We can do better than that. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Tuache wivu. Tuache wivu. Thank you very much. In your presentation, Daktari, something came up, and I'm a bit worried. The youth factor. If you consider yourself a youth by show of hand, please. Where do you see yourself in this conversation as a youth? Where do you see yourself in this conversation? You know, I said that lazima tuambiane ukweli. Growing up, I was told that I would be the leader of tomorrow. I have waited for that tomorrow for so many decades until I decided that my tomorrow is now, and it started not just today, but a few days ago. So we have to be the leaders of today, and we start by offering leadership in these conversations. The other thing that I picked as we reflect on this report is that we have more politicians holding leadership positions than leaders. True or false? And I think that was the biggest undoing for us when we promulgated and passed the constitution, because you could clearly see that in counties where we had leaders, things are working out. Wananchi are happy. And all of us in this room, I know we come from our counties. Yeah, I come from Homa Bay, you come from whichever county. So can you sit back and reflect on your county's performance? 3.6 trillion has gone into devolution. It could be more. But that's what the data is telling us. I was telling somebody the other day that looking back at my county and realizing that we've received about 70 billion plus, putting the 7 billion as the bare minimum for every county, I can't for a fact stand and say that I can point anything that this 70 billion has achieved. Honestly, can you do that in your county? Melania? Yes, so as we reflect about the 10 years of devolution, I think we need to start having honest conversations. We need to be honest with ourselves first. We have to ask tough questions. And we can only do that if we have active citizens. If we have people going out to participate. You've seen public participation. Nowadays I tell people we are called upon to participate publicly. That's what we are called upon, because the question of whether my proposal or my views are taken into consideration is something that I keep pondering about every other time I see call for public participation. You write a very good submission, but where does it end? Yeah? So I told you, but from the data, I think we are moving some great strides, and I wish we could borrow from some counties that are doing quite amazing work. Prof, I hope with the current regime won't undo what the legacy that you left. They will only continue with the good work that you started in Makueni, and we hope the same for all the counties, because another thing I've realized, when politicians come into office, it's always about visibility. So they try to, set aside all that, the good work that was started by the previous regime, and then they started their own thing. Yeah. So if I were to become the governor today, you'll hear tomorrow we have Osedo Care. Yet there was another health whatever in that county that was probably working very well. So these are some of the challenges that we need to address. Allow me to recognize the presence of Miss Diana Gishengo, a very good friend of ours at the EDTISA, that is the Institute of Social Accountability. Tumpige makofi. So to give us hope and to give us the confidence that yes, the country is moving towards the right direction, and 10 years from today we shall come back here and say that yes, the figures, the 30%, you remember the 30% that we saw has improved. We are all at 10 or 5. People saying that yes, I know about devolution, and I can attest to some of the good things that we've achieved as a country with the devolution. So please, this is the moment that we've all been waiting for, to hear from the government. And to put that into perspective, please allow me to welcome Honorable Teresia Mbaika, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Devolution. Please tumpigie makofi as she makes her way to the podium. And Honorable Pierce, as you come, this group today just wants to hear, is the government certain that we are moving to the right direction? Karibu sana, asante. Tumpigie makofi tena.
Thank you very much, our moderator. I think if I was to start by saying a word before I go to my speech, our MC, our moderator, I think is very skilled. Anyway, I'll come to that. My name is Teresia Mbaika. PS State Department for Devolution in the office of the Deputy President. And I'm very excited to have Professor with us. And Professor was my governor. I come from Makueni. And I like the good things being said about Makueni in this room. Not from hearing from speeches, but through experience, because I'm a daughter of Makueni. So congratulations, Professor, for the good foundation you put in our county. Let me read my speech before I say a few words. Twaweza staff, led by the regional director, colleagues from the national and county government institutions, members of the civil society, members of the fourth estate, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm most pleased to join you today as part of the valued occasion when the Devolution family comes together to plan, share experiences, or review strategies to make the citizens happier through improved service delivery. Indeed, I'm very delighted that this event is about hearing what the citizens has to say 10 years after the creation of the devolved system of government. We have just heard from the presentation on the findings of the study by Twaweza titled Power to the People, the Kenya's experiences and opinions on 10 years of devolution in practice. This is a good time to review the past decade as we start on another that will be punctuated by the year 2030, the target date for our country's transformation is envisaged in Vision 2030. There perhaps cannot be a better time than this. Shortly after the end of the first government, after the promulgation of our Constitution, and right at the beginning of the second year under His Excellency the President William Ruto. It is therefore my great pleasure in joining you during the launch of the findings from the National Sauti za Wananchi Research Report. Allow me from the onset to congratulate you on seeing through your launch plan since the last engagement we had earlier in November 2013, during which you briefed me and my team in this department on your work in the devolution space. The findings of your study are very close to my heart and by extension, very close to the interest of the government of His Excellency the President William Ruto. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on the contents of this pilot study, allow me to mention what the devolution sector has achieved since 2013, a decade that has realized the successful establishment of functional devolved systems of government. Notable achievements include, but not limited to, the operationalization of the two levels of government, and in particular, of institutions, policies, laws, and systems facilitating the establishment and functioning of county governments. Number two, formation of the intergovernmental relations systems that facilitate consultation, cooperation, and coordination between the two levels of government in serving Mwananchi. It is worth noting that we have operationalized the alternative dispute resolution regulations that facilitate faster and inexpensive resolution of intergovernmental disputes. Number three, capacity development of national and county governments to enable them to implement their respective functions and powers under the devolved system of governance. Number four, mobilization of resources from the local and international partners to support county government capacity to deliver services to the citizens. Through the State Department alone, over 25 billion of direct funding in form of grants was disbursed to counties and invested majorly in the sectors of health, agriculture, roads and infrastructure. And number 5, strengthening citizen participation and accountability through investment in civic education and collaboration with non-state actors. And I dare say today's event is a testimony of these important partnerships. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome the initiative that Twaweza Kenya has undertaken in taking stock of Kenya's perception, it is worth reflecting on the expectations of our Constitution, which puts citizens at the center of service delivery. Indeed, Article 1 of the Constitution is clear that all sovereign power belongs to the people and may be exercised through delegation to various institutions as spelled out in the Supreme Law. In that regard, what government does must find acceptance amongst citizens and residents in Kenya on whose behalf the governments at national and county levels serve. This is especially so when you look at devolution, whose intention was to bring power closer to the people, allowing citizens to participate in governance and decision making. People's perception is critical in government is to know how services impact society and develop mechanisms to improve where gaps exist. Besides, people's perceptions are important as they assist in holding the government to account. We all know that government is best judged on trends and not just on incidental performance, and therefore the focus on a long period of time serves best to demonstrate our response to constitutional expectations. Colleagues in the devolution sector, ladies and gentlemen, this report is similar to previous initiatives by public and private entities in devolution who have taken to themselves to evaluate and offer comments on devolution 10 years on. Notable initiatives are Timiza Ugatuzi Act by Act Change Transform, InfoTrack and various state of devolution statements by the Council of County Governors. I am also aware of various other research contributions by universities and professional associations. I likewise acknowledge commentaries from the various development partners, key among them the World Bank, in the evaluation endeavor. I also wish to take this opportunity to appreciate the role of the Senate in highlighting achievements, especially in their county bunge sitting, and various motions presented by individual members on devolution issues. Equally to note are the informative reports by the Office of the Auditor General, especially on utilization of resources allocated to the counties. All these reports, ladies and gentlemen, are useful as they give us an idea of how citizens perceive government services. I therefore commend this Twaweza Nesisi initiative to evaluate devolution and welcome more actors, including those specifically mentioned in different perspectives in this report, to look at it, and even other reports, in a manner that takes forward our efforts to drive devolution to success. The department has developed a knowledge management system that will enable stakeholders to have a real-time information on devolution for faster decision making. So far, the department has used these reports to provoke dialogue and in some cases prompt policy and administrative actions that have improved the implementation of the devolved system of government. I'm looking forward to collaborations with organizations such as Twaweza Nesisi and many other players in the devolution space to objectively undertake more activities whose results will continue to identify gaps and suggest mitigation measures in the implementation of devolution to make lives of citizens better as envisaged in Kenya's social and economic transformation agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, devolution worked better for Kenyans. For devolution to work better for Kenyans, it requires all of us to be alert, positive in our individual and collective contribution from our diverse positions and abilities. Our patriotic duty to Kenya is paramount. Action is now. Sisi twaweza. The motto we have heard this morning, as set out in this pilot report, is a slogan worth of repeating over and over again. Because indeed, like in the words of the former US President Barack Obama, yes, we can. Thank you very much. Please allow me to add a few things, and most of them which have been mentioned by this report. And one of them is on the functions by the two levels of government. One of the things we have managed as government to do is on the transfer of functions. The report is ready on the remaining functions to the county governments. It was presented in the last IBEC meeting, which happened a few, I think two months ago, if not less. The report is there. The department, through the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, undertook this exercise, funded by the government, and the report is ready. Just to add on that, if you remember the outcome of the National Dialogue Committee, that was one of the recommendations. And the President has pronounced himself on the issues of resources. Of course, resources follow function. So that is something you cannot escape. And some of the finding of this report is one among them. One of the things which is glaring to me in this report is when we find the supporters of devolution are really the older people, the men. Then you ask yourself, where are the young people? I think that is a focus, and I think the reason we do this, these surveys is to see where the gaps are, and all of us come together and focus on where we really need to put our efforts. So this is very good. We need to come up with a strategy of reaching out to the young people, the women, who are really beneficiaries and had it when devolution is not working, because the role of devolution is to bring services closer to the people. As a woman, as women, we are the center, at the core, if I may say so. Of course, in the last 1 year, it is very clear. The national government really is focusing on the two levels, working together. There have not been glaring or serious issues between the two levels of government. There is a lot of collaboration. There is a lot of consultation. Different initiatives are being undertaken by these two levels of government. And maybe to mention a few, the CAIPS, County Aggregation Centers. It is an initiative by both the national and county government, 50-50 collaboration in a coordinated approach. Different value chains. We always have forums where we need to discuss, because honestly, there is no Kenyan for national and for county government. We serve the same people. So the goodwill is there, it is happening, all of us can see this. Government in the last 1 year has disbursed all the monies to the counties. The other thing is issues of corruption, which really came up very strongly from the findings of the report. And if you have been following through, the other day we had a meeting with the head of public service, with the CSOs. I can see some faces who are there in that meeting, that really government is focusing on fighting corruption. And you have a very good space because you're partners of government, even to voice out specific issues, the things which are happening to both the national and county levels. Because it is disheartening when some people will talk about corruption like it has now been devolved. We are one family that we need to come together. And I usually say, if not for me, for my children to find a better Kenya, to find a country that is worth for all of us. And I think for me that is very clear, and we support the government in doing this. And also call out to the institutions which are mandated to do this, to handle the vice of corruption, to do their work. It is very important for all of us. If you remember in the last administration, somebody talked about losing 2 billion every day. That sounds so big for all of us. If it is true, then something needs to be done. And those responsible should be brought into books and dealt with. But the most interesting thing for me in this report is how the citizens are supporting devolution. And all of us, we come from a county. I come from Makueni. And everything good has been said about Makueni. And I think the reason we have Professor here, it is also our role, our responsibility to ensure that no county, no region is left behind. We want to hear that Taweza, you are in Tana River doing what you are doing in Elgeyo Marakwet and the other counties you are working in. Because of course as partners, there are factors or something which will really interest you a lot in Makueni, and you're not alone. Every other partner, a development partner or whatever you do in this space of devolution, please let us look at all the counties as equal and endeavor to grow them together so that we don't leave some behind. It is of interest to deliberately do that. And the reason we have, as the Office of the Deputy President, has the role of coordination of these two levels of government. And I think those who attended the last Development Partners Forum, we are changing or tweaking the framework of engagement, so that there is a central body that really sees where is the priority. Do I need to take a fruit processing plant in Makueni when they already have one? And we have another county which needs this more than Makueni needs, and such initiatives. So for me, it's to congratulate you and your team for the work well done. And generally, the initiatives governments put in place, the ultimate is to improve on service delivery. And clearly, looking at the questions you are answering when you came up with this report, I would say we are not that badly off. I would want to believe 10 years in devolution. We are not young, we are not old, and there is a lot of space to grow. And the potential is there. There's a lot of potential in the county's own source revenue. The report is there by CRA on the potential of every county, and also looking at the local economic developments. What is a county reaching? What is that a county, a particular county, can do to improve on its development agenda. So I want to appreciate all of us in this, and greeting from His Excellency the Deputy President, who is in charge of devolution. You had also sent an invitation to him. He specifically sent me to be with here today, and he sent with me greetings. I wish you a good deliberations and a good day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Pierce. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Pierce. Tumpigie makofi tena. And as we do that, two things. The action is now. We can't continue complaining, whining forever. We gave ourselves the Constitution. So whatever we are doing, we have to make sure that it works for us, okay? So thank you, Madam Pierce, again for those wonderful remarks, and we have received the greeting from His Excellency the Deputy President. We appreciate his patronage and also support for devolution. So now we need to have a conversation. We need to speak to the people who engage with the people or the citizens on a day-to-day basis. We also need to engage with ourselves as the citizens. Yeah? And as we do that, I want you to ask yourself, where you are seated, what role have I played to make devolution work in Kenya? Take a moment. Just take a moment and answer that question. If you are struggling to answer it, then I would ask Daktari to add you to that data of 30%. Huh? You remember the 30%? If you are struggling to answer what you have contributed to make devolution work in Kenya, then I won't be very wrong to say that you are among the 30% we are struggling to move to 10 and below. Allow me also to recognize the presence of Mr. Dennis Omondi, the Executive Director in DI. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. So, as we start this conversation, allow me to, because I know we've been sitting for an hour or so, please, let's take out our phones again and we'll be upstanding. Take a selfie with your neighbor and tag the following organizations. Tell the world that we are here. We are launching the Devolution Report, Citizens' Perspective, Views. Please take out your phones, the beautiful phones that you have. Watu wa mulika mwizi, we can join our neighbors. When you're kama mimi, mtu wa mulika mwizi, I'll have a selfie with Daktari here. Please, let's take a selfie and tag the following organizations. Twaweza at KE. Twaweza at KE. We have at CFA Global. We have at TI Kenya. We have at TISA Kenya. We have at NDI. Please tag all the organizations represented and don't forget to tag yourself. Okay? So let's take a moment to do that. You can take also that moment to stretch. I know we've been sitting for long as we get into this conversation. I'm also reminded that we have our partners joining us from the counties. Counties represented by show of hands, please. Would we have people from, yes, we have, which county is that? Wajir County in their house, please, to wapige makofi, all the way from Wajir. We have, yes, Machakos County, yes, represented another county. Nakuru County represented here, tuwapigie makofi. Kiambu County, yes, Kiambu County in the house. House, the Kajiado County. Kajiado County. Tuwapigie makofi all our partners joining us from the counties. So, thank you. You are all looking beautiful. Please make sure that you... Oh, we have online participants. Please tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Our online participants. So as we try to reorganize so that we can have a conversation, please use the hashtag Sauti za Wananchi. Yes. Hashtag Devolution KE. Sarah, which other hashtag do you want us to use, Sarah? I think we'll use those two for now. So we have lined up a panel of eminent persons. We have a panel of people who have shaped the conversation on devolution. They're just people who are not just found in boardrooms, but even in the community. They work with the community to advance this conversation about devolution. Request that we get straight into the conversation. And as we do that, allow me to shed my old self and now wear another hat to moderate this conversation alongside my co-moderator, Richard Thande, who is the Director Advocacy and Citizen Engagement at Twaweza East Africa. And we've had a lot said about devolution. We have seen how devolution has transformed lives. Far to reach places are nowadays just hours drive because of good roads we have in our communities. Healthcare has become more accessible and affordable to most Kenyans. We've seen people now participating more actively in democratic processes. But still, we need to have a conversation that as we move into the next decade, what do we need to do better so that devolution can work better for us? As I said, ask yourself, what is your contribution to this conversation? How are you contributing to making devolution work better in the country? Please, let's put our hands together as I introduced our first panelist. Is a distinguished professor, needs no introduction at all. Please, let's put our hands together for Professor Kivuta Kibwana as he takes the first seat. Thank you so much, sir. We are privileged to have you with us. Second, is a man who has worked in the civil society space for a very long time. In fact, I think my first interaction with him was when he was at where Sheila is currently. Yes, at TI. Please, let's welcome Mr. Samuel Kimeo, the Executive Director, Africa Voices. So Africa Voices, he'll tell us more about the Africa Voices, but it exists to put the voices of the citizens at the heart of continent transformation by convening digital media spaces for plural, rich, and inclusive discussions. We'll get to hear more. You know, as a gender champion, the first conversation I had with the organizers is we have to have a balanced panel. Because you've seen the data does not lie. Numbers do not lie clearly. And you've seen that the participation of women in some of this conversation is still a bit low. So we need to raise that, right? So please allow me to welcome Ms. Diana Gishengo, who is the Executive Director, the Institute of Social Accountability. Tumpigie makofi tena tafadhali. Thank you, Diana. Thank you. If you've heard all these good reports about public debt, She's the convener of the Okoa Uchumi Coalition. We are trying to save our economy through the coalition. Joining the panelist is Mr. Edwin Adoga, who is the country program coordinator, Conrad Adenauer Stifter. You know, trying to improve on my German. I hope I got it right. Karibu sana, Mr. Edwin. CAS believes that the implementation of new constitution is crucial for political development and stabilization of democracy. Joining my great panelists here, we have a very comprehensive panel. Don't worry, it's a conversation. Is one person who has had to, I know in the corridors of government, especially on matters corruption, she's not a very liked person. And that's how we expect it anyway, right? When you talk about corruption, you don't like to, you know, you are telling people that stop wasting people's resources. So that's how, don't change, not even for a minute, please. Miss Sheila Masinde, sorry. She's the executive director at TI Kenya. Recently, they released the Corruption Perception Index. And as I told you, numbers do not lie. So TI works towards a transparent and corruption-free society. Joining my panelists, and I would request our FNBs to kindly come and help me. The hotel, Sarah. Okay, thanks. Joining my panelist is Dr. Rebecca Butalanyi. She's the Deputy Director, Capacity Building and Technical Assistance Directorate at the State Department for Devolution, Office of the Deputy President. We are very happy to have you with us, Daktari. Karibu sana. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much, Daktari. Karibu sana. Tumpigie makofi tena. Sorry, we're just trying to make sure that everybody is comfortable. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Last but not least, I told you we are going to have a conversation. Please, let's put our hands together as he makes his way to the podium. Mr. Michael K. Mburu. Mr. Michael K. Mburu is the acting CEO Pamoja Trust and Public Participation and Civic Education Committee under the Kenya Devolution CSO's working group. Tumpige. Thank you. This is the panel. Are we happy? Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali as we have this conversation. So as we get the microphones here, I didn't do justice. Oh, sorry. Yes. We'll need to I know we have a squeezed space. Sarah, can you help me just to create one more space for our, and I'm very sorry. I'm very, very sorry. Yes, yes. Yeah, you can have this. Yes. Just hold for this. All this. There's a space there. Check. Sound team, please. Another round of applause for the panel.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So we'd start, I didn't do justice by introducing these distinguished speakers. And as we get into that and we're trying to arrange, please, let's put our hands together for my last panelist. You know, Mr. Gitonga Kenyan is the National Chair, Council of Ward Administrators. He coordinates all the 1450 ward administrators in the country. Tupigie makofi tena. And as you're aware, the role of ward administrators is well outlined in our constitution, in the County Government Act of 2012, section 51.3. Coordinate, manage, and supervise general administrative functions in the ward unit. Tuwapigie makofi tena. Thank you very much. So we get straight into this conversation, and we've all seen the data that has been presented by Dr. James Sierra. We've all heard about the good things that the State Department, the government, both national and county are doing in terms of improving the lives of Kenyans, because that's what it's all about. And today I asked you, what is your contribution to devolution, even as you sit in this room? So these our panelists here are going to help us understand some of the good things that have happened in terms of devolution, the challenges that we are facing, and what can we do to make devolution work for us. But before we go into that, I would give us each 2 minutes to introduce ourselves properly. No, I didn't do justice to that. Just introduce yourself and maybe just tell us in brief, what is your contribution to devolution in Kenya? How have you contributed? We'll start with Mr. Gitonga. Thank you. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Gitonga Kenyan. I'm a ward administrator. And I have questions before I say something. One, to my boss, Madam PS. Which ward do you come from? Yes, kindly. Do you know your ward administrator? Thank you very much. Madam Diana, which ward do you come from? Do you know your ward administrator?
Yes, I know my ward administrator.
You do? Thank you. So, my question to you, Do you know your ward administrators? If you know your ward administrators, then you are positively contributing to devolution. If you don't, then you're in the percentage that is failing devolution. Ward administrators are where the rubber meets the road. They are the people who provide forward and backward linkage between the community and the government. So, Madam PS, kindly make a point to meet your ward administrator and us, so that we can tell you, we can also give you a report on the status of ward, or the status of devolution from the eye of a ward administrator. Thank you very much. I want to thank Professor. They have said that Makueni is doing very well. Can I tell you why? Because the tests that are here to capacity build ward administrators. We push the agenda of devolution. People. Also, Madam Lillian Karanja, yes, from County. All the other 150 wards have ward administrators. Make a point to know yours. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's comprehensive. Good afternoon, friends and colleagues. Oh, good morning. Masani ya mbele mbele. So my name is Mike Omboro. I am from Kiambu County. And I want to answer the question that the moderator has asked about what we are doing to contribute to development in the counties or in devolution. And Madam PS, we are in a bottom-up government, so I'll start from the bottom up. So at the organization level, I work with an organization called Bunge Mashinani in Kiambu County, which also runs the Bunge Mashinani School of Governance. And this school is committed to training civic educators to be attached to their communities, to be able to drive civic education at the community level. And I am very happy because I have some of the students from Bunge Mashinani School of Governance. Maybe you can just wave. Those are students from Bunge Mashinani School of Governance from Kiambu. At county level, I am a trustee and the acting CEO of Kiambu Pamoja Trust. Kiambu Pamoja Trust is a local development organization that is bringing together 496 civil society organizations, mostly focused in the devolved sectors of the economy, that is health, water, and all that. And our work is to try and bring synergy and bring coordinated approach to devolution for all the organizations working there. And we also work very closely with the Kiambu County Empowerment Network. I had seen the chair of KSN who is here and some of his members. So thank you very much. And at the national level, I serve as the convener of the Public Participation and Civic Education Committee of the Kenya Devolution CSO Working Group. I can see my convener is there. Please wave, Jacob. At the national level, we have realized that there's a lot of good work happening in the counties in terms of the CSOs and their county governments, but the voice at the national level has not been as vibrant. So as the working group, the CSOs Devolution working group, we are coming together from all the 47 counties, county networks, to bring a unified voice and champion the issues at the national level that affect devolution. And we are working very closely with Act Change Transform, and working very closely with FCDO, which is helping us set up the structure. So we are very excited, and that is what we have been doing to support devolution.
Thank you, Michael.
Good morning. All protocols observed. I am Rebecca Talanyi. It is very hard to speak when your boss is sitting among the listeners. I work in the State Department, Devolution, under Madam P.S. Teresia Mbaika, and I'm privileged to be part of this panel. At the State Department, we are implementing what is in the County Governments Act and the Constitution as pertains to capacity building and technical assistance to counties. We know that when we started in 2013, and as we continue, there are many gaps that need to be addressed as pertains to capacity building and ensuring that things are moving and harmonized at the county level. The role of the State Department and in the department where I work, that is capacity building, we ensure that issues to do with the capacity building at county level are addressed. We do public participation, and our role mainly is to ensure that policies and frameworks are in place. And currently, we have developed a civic education framework. This civic education framework is meant to ensure that civic education is organized and it is coordinated well, and the left hand knows what the right hand is doing, and we know we are able to monitor, we are able to harmonize, and we are able to ensure that there is impact in civic education. So the framework is in the process, and it will be launched soon with the able assistance of our PS, who has really put her hands on this framework, and she's ensuring that she's monitoring it closely. So very soon it will be launched, and it will help us to ensure that civic education, which is a very, very important aspect of ensuring that people are participating effectively in decision making because they know and they are informed on what they are participating in. We also ensure that we are coordinating public participation, and we want to say that at our level also, it is ensuring that policies are in place, and there is a public participation policy which has been completed, and we hope that this policy is going to ensure that it is going to address gaps that have been existing in terms of public participation. And of course, when it comes to doing the, when it comes to performing our role as ensuring that capacity building issues are done, we look at it as a continuous process. There's no way we will say that we will stop maybe after a certain period of implementing devolution, capacity building will have to stop. No. This is a function that is continuous. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long or how far we have come in devolution, because learning is a continuous process, and putting in place systems is a continuous process, and ensuring that people have capacity and systems are in place is a continuous process. So that is actually the role of the State Department under the EPO leadership of our PS. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yes.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Kibuda Kibwana, former governor Makueni. Before that, basically a teacher, a law teacher, University of Nairobi for 25 years. I think for me, what was important in terms of preparing myself to work at the county was I was part of the people who contributed towards making the constitution and the laws also that would actualize devolution afterwards. And so coming into county government, I knew, you know, what the norms were which required to be followed so as to found the county government. And before that, of course, in the struggles for multipartism, return of multipartism, a new constitution and so on, we worked a lot with people within civil society. And so as we championed for devolution and all that, so when it arrived, it meant that we had really to protect it. So there is that kind of continuum, that history. And, you know, I really am happy that Toweza, East Africa, Sauti ya Wananchi, za Wananchi, are able to provide us with, you know, data that you cannot easily contradict. And it raises questions about what we need to do so as to take devolution a step or steps further. And I'm happy the PS, you know, has received the report in a positive way to say that there are things to engage with all those other reports which you also indicated, although she said you are a bit harsh, but I think that was a brief statement. And I like the idea of the civic education, because even for the women, for example, who may not in the country appear to appreciate devolution, is a lot of them don't go to the spaces where there is the civic education, where there is the public participation, and there is some discrimination, so that the men say, we want to give the ideas. That's what happens in especially societies where they are patriarchal. So I like that that trajectory of you know, the civic education. And finally, I am now working in my retirement period. I'm working with young people to mentor them. I like that. I like to, if any of them approach me, like in groups, like I did come with Patrick Washira here, who is very interested in the devolution space. So that's what you know, I'm kind of doing. And so what you indicated and even the PS, why are the youth absent in terms of support for devolution? And it's because they're very disempowered, they're very unemployed. They're not seeing immediately what are the fruits of this new system. And so until they can see some dividend from devolution, they will continue to be bystanders and unhappy. And I hope that that's something that really will be focused on. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Samuel Kimeu, and I can confirm that Prof was indeed a teacher because I'm one of his students. So if indeed you see I am well educated, then he is responsible for that. I have had, as a result, my own contribution to devolution, first in the agitation for the Constitution, and shortly thereafter in the crafting of the laws that we've used to create our state architecture. But currently, I am working to place the voices of citizens at the center of decision making and Africa's transformation. At Africa's Voices, we recognize the place of citizen voices in development. Indeed, as guided by the Constitution, we understand that there is nothing that is done in the public space that is not done in the name and for the benefit of the people. But the question is, do the people have a say in what is done in their name? Do we as decision makers have the humility to listen to what they are saying? How far are we willing to go to make sure that when we stand and say we are working for and in the name of the people, that indeed we are? That is the gap that we are trying to bridge at Africa's Voices. We've also recognized the place of radio in our lives as Kenyans and as Africans as the most important medium of information. I say that because I think for the bulk of our people, the radio remains important. Yet, I do think that we can do more as civil society, as government, particularly our devolved units, in using this medium to reach out to our people. And let me just mention briefly how we do that at Africa's Voices. We see the radio as a platform, a space, just like we are gathered in this hall, where we can bring decision makers and the citizens into conversation with one another. And we do that through interactive radio programs. We infuse a short code where we ask one question per show. And so we gather data like Twaweza has presented to us through SMS. And that means you have the potential to hear from the widest range of people who are interested in being heard and have a phone of whatever description and are listening to that radio at that point in time. What does that mean? It means the nursing mothers, the farmer who is tilling their land, the traveler have actually a chance to be heard. This is supposed to complement what, of course, our government, our county governments are doing with the physical gatherings, but we do understand and appreciate the limitations that those physical gatherings bring in not creating the possibility for a large majority of our people to be heard. So that is what I am doing now at Africa's Voices. I have most of the last 10 or 20 years or so, I have spent working on issues of governance and anti-corruption. I'm sure Sheila will speak to that, so I will not be talking about that. Just to mention, I have also concluded this last month a 4-year term as an elected member of the African Union Advisory Board Against Corruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samuel. As we allow Diana to introduce herself, Madam Pierce, I understand you have to step out for another meeting. We truly appreciate your presence and even the wise words that you've shared with us this morning. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali akiondoka. We really appreciate, and please take our regards back to His Excellency the Deputy President and the entire government. Thank you. Diana.
Thank you very much. I am Diana Gishengo. If I was to go with basically, as Professor has said, I am basically a Kenyan shareholder by dint of the Constitution, not any other specification. The Constitution, I am a shareholder, and therefore I follow the balance sheet of Kenya. I follow everything, and I voice expressions and opinions about how we are governed. What have I done about devolution? Most of the speakers before me have said they wrote it and so on. I really love the Constitution because the referendum gave me my first job, first income other than help. So I did the civic education, and then I was a presiding officer in the referendum. So it means I read, at that point, I really had to read the Constitution, understood it, and fell in love with devolution, because if the referendum gave me a job, I was sure we would be safe with devolution. And the Twaweza research shows that it has created development, economic opportunities, and even employment. But away from how I came across devolution and how I have interacted with it, I work at TISA. TISA is the Institute for Social Accountability. TISA was founded on the background of trying to follow the first form of devolved resources, CDF. So we started as a CDF accountability project, and working with people who could see money, set priorities. Then after the Constitution, TISA has been a champion and defender of the Constitution, and more so devolution. I know we participated very much and actively in formulation of the laws around county government and so on. Thereafter, we have worked very hard, because we believe in the Constitution, to tell MPs CDF is unconstitutional. CDF undermines devolution, because it really does. The Constitution was very clear. We have 2 levels of government. Resources should go to the national government, and a constituency is not a unit of government. The Supreme Court has pronounced itself, but what I hope we can discuss is the politics of democracy, of devolution, because despite such an elaborate interpretation of the Constitution, what have we seen from Bomas? Entrench CDF, bring ward fund. Surely the ward administrator would know. They should be the accounting officers for devolution at the ward level, not the MCA or 2 competing levels. We have problems of oversight. So that's one of the areas we contribute to devolution. Not very popular, but we really believe in it. And for that, we've been told we've been co-opted by the Council of Governors, but we just believe in the, yani kuamini katiba ni kitu mbaya kweli. It can't be wrong. And we've also worked to defend the division of revenue. For the longest time, the national government holds on to all the powers, the resources. Even sometimes when the presidency is speaking, it is like governors are under them. No, we do have 48 government. So we've championed for division of revenue to be done according to the Constitution and to use the most recent audit accounts. What do I mean? For the longest time, and Governor Emeritus is a witness, this year's budget is 4 trillion. Yes, 4.5 trillion. What happens is when we are doing division of revenue between the national and county government, we use the most recent audited account. When the Auditor General submits audit reports to Parliament, they lie there, they are never finalized. So until this year, we've always been using like 5 years. So if you think about the budget of Kenya 5 years ago, it was $1 trillion, 1 point something. That is what we'll use to give counties 15%. So that has been an area that TISA has been agitating around. And finally, we are now on Okoa Uchumi with very many partners here. How did we get to Okoa Uchumi? Because of our love for devolution, every time we would go to Treasury, governors have said there is no money. Where is the money? Nothing is happening at the county level. And in our questioning, we were told, you'll keep looking for the money. But the debt that Kenya has, nobody else will get the money until we pay our debt. And that's how come we came together as civil society under the Okoa Uchumi campaign to ask questions about how debt, public debt, is acquired, utilized, and paid back. And it has brought us very, very many questions, and it is one of the things that continues to undermine devolution. Because when you get debt and in your head it is for national government, yet it affects the resources that go to both levels of government, services at the county are failing because of public debt. So that's another area that we contribute, but the rest I think I'll share as we go on with the panel. Asante.
Thank you very much, Diana.
Yes, good morning. My name is Edwin Dogo Tichilo. I'll try to cut my story short so that then you can balance time. I work for Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and if you're keen, all the panelists have this local or national semblance in terms of what they do. But I happen to be one who represents an organization that, is so German in nature. But interestingly, there are two things to it. One is that this is one of the organizations that when you get to Germany, they have this decentralization that more or less looks like devolution, And a lot of our politicians have actually gotten opportunities to go to those places and just learn. I'm not so sure if they come back to implement exactly what they learn, but we've tried our level best to provide those platforms. But then secondly, in my position, it remains a Kenyan position, and so it allows that I give, programmatic advice to the foundation and with extension to the CDU party. The way the foundation works is that it's quite unique because then it is affiliated to the CDU party, and this is very interesting for us because what we're discussing here is very political. Resources are very political, and coming from that background where we've been working with political parties, and a political party that just the other day lost elections, I draw a lot of, similarities that then we try to, use in our conversations, not only with the county executive or the national executive, but also with politicians, because I think this is very important. When you go to the ballot, you elect, a politician A, B, and C. You give them very serious mandate. So when they mess up knowing that they have a serious authority behind them. And I think at times it comes or it gets to their head. And what we have to always do is to kind of unschool some of these thoughts, And it takes a lot of time, and at times you're never sure which pathway actually you're taking. And you can see things falling apart, things not working out, and at the center of it you're in there, trying to kind of give alternatives that are a mixture of what happens within the country, but also what happens in one of the countries that is very wealthy, very organized, governance is working. I usually try to compare this and I say, Germany is an economy worth 4.2 trillion euros, right? Africa, its economy is 2.1 trillion euros. Germany has a population of 80 million. Africa has a population of how many billions? So these folks, you get what I am trying to mean. There is something that we can gain from these folks, even if it calls for some of us to, get to these places and interact and see what it calls for us. And I remember one of us said in the morning, we have politicians, we don't have leaders. What it means for you to go and see, you'll be embarrassed that in those places there are no honorables. When you say honorable member, they get confused because that is not their title. Their title is Mr. or Miss, and it's because they have been oriented so much around providing services and goods to the people. That is their mandate. I think we can discuss more as we move on.
Thank you very much, Edwin.
I have the disadvantage of sitting next to the moderator, so I know he'll kick me. I can see his eyes on the clock. So quick to it. First, you said that I must be unpopular in government corridors. On the contrary. Actually, some of our biggest supporters are individuals in government, because we forget that they are also first and foremost Kenyans. They're also paying taxes, and they are suffering as much as we are. So whenever we do an action, even the most radical or boldest of actions, the most inboxes I get are from civil servants, people from government, because they are also concerned and because they are Kenyans. Second point is, Mr. Gitonga, I come from 3 wards. Because I'm a woman, many times we don't leave the wards where we were born, so we maintain them. There's where we live, where we are married, and where we are born. So I come from 3 wards. You'd be happy to know I know all my ward administrators. If you go to any of those counties, Busia, Vihiga, or Nairobi, you'll find a letter signed off personally from me, asking about things about water, roads, and many other things that we have struggles with as Kenyans, and I can see that have been highlighted on the report. Thirdly, I work for Transparency International Kenya. It's a civil society organization that has been working in Kenya for the last 25 years. And we are looking forward to a corruption-free society. So in regard to what we've done at the county level, we've done a lot of work. Samuel was very, very humble, but he did a lot of the work when he was talking about what he was doing 20 years ago. Part of that was 10 years in TI, and he did a lot of work in regard to research. So we've done a lot of research in regard to county governments, and actually there's another study we do on local integrity studies as well, which goes a little bit in depth, looking at some of the county mechanisms that are supposed to promote accountability, whether they're there or whether they are lacking. We also conduct what we call the bribery index, which at the county level also gives a reflection or gives an indication of bribery, particularly in regard to services that are offered at the county level, and we'll also be releasing that at some point next year. Other than that, we've also been involved in a lot of capacity building, targeting the members of county assembly. Perhaps I'll talk a little bit about that when we go in depth into the conversation. But we have what we call the county assembly representatives networks against corruption, where we're trying to find a structured mechanism of building the capacity of MCAs to be able to promote oversight and represent the people who have elected them, and also ensure that there is proper legislation in regard to accountability. We also have our own representation. We have offices at some of the counties, North Rift, Coast, and Western Kenya, and also Nairobi, which serves Kiambu and Machakos as well, where people can be able to report corruption. And we're also providing other corruption reporting mechanisms that are IT-based, because you don't have to come to an office now to report your issues. You can actually just use, whether it's your phone, get onto an app, call, mobile. We provide toll-free lines as well for citizens to be able to report corruption, and that includes some of the challenges that they're facing at the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tuwapigie makofi for that comprehensive introduction. Allow me to welcome my co-moderator, Risha, just to say hi to my panelists. Risha, if you can hear me. Risha? Okay, as we get Risha on board, now let's have this conversation. And from the report, all of us can agree that yes, we are making some good strides into realizing this dream of devolution. where citizens are saying, yes, in my ward, I also know my ward and the ward administrator, by the way. Yeah, so citizens are saying that the ward level, some counties have gone gradually even into the village level. They can see devolution, they can feel devolution. But then also there's a majority who are concerned about the impact that devolution has had on their lives, on the economy, and in the country as a whole. So, Mr. Samuel, I don't know, from the good work that you've been doing for a couple of decades, and specifically on devolution, I know you interact with a lot of people through the Africa Voices, trying to amplify their voices and giving them a platform to air their views. What do people say? What do citizens say are some of the impact of devolution? And what, from your own understanding, do you think we've made some impact, or we've had some impact in devolution? Thanks.
Thank you very much, moderator. Indeed, there has been progress, and I think for me it's quite easy to see that, and also going by what the citizens are saying, there's certainly some impact. Let me just backpedal and remind us that not so far into the in the last couple of decades, I would say, we had a government by Baba na Mama. At that point in time, government had a monopoly over what our development priorities were, how much they would cost, and pretty much everything. So the citizen was simply a recipient of government benevolence, if I may use those words. And you know, at that point, the citizen had no role in determining how their resources are going to be used, what their priorities were, and were quite happy, I would say, in quotes, to receive what government had provided. But I do think that that in itself also informed you know, the agitation for a new constitution and also devolution. Devolution actually is part of our constitution by public demand over many years. And so I see the ultimate beneficiaries, but also the guarantors of devolution are the citizens. And you will see that apart from the formal structure that has been put in place by our constitution and the laws thereafter, setting up the different structures of devolution, you will notice that there are devolved functions. Not all of them, I think, as per the citizens, have been devolved. But the ones that have been devolved, you will see there is a positive progress. And the citizens have a positive experience with, say, health, access to health, you know, the paving of certain roads within the counties. You know, the most neglected roads now you find in some places are quite well done, depending on how the county governments function. But overall, I think the expectations of Kenyans in devolution have not been met. We still have a long way to go. We've made some progress, but there is a lot that remains to be done. And I would say that the citizen feels that they have a role to play, because, as I said, everything is done in their benefit and in their name. And in fact, the citizen pays the taxes that fund all this. But in terms of whether they are properly heard or not, it's quite clear that many of them feel that their voices they don't feel their voices matter in devolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel, for that. Professor, you know, trying to understand why Makueni is making headlines in all the positive aspects when it comes to devolution. Some of the things that we got from the citizens of Makueni was with regards to how you were able to place the citizens at the center of development. True or false? True or false? What were Makueni? Do we have people from Makueni here, apart from the peers who has just left? Yes, we have, yes. So, like, development was starting from the village level, coming up. Not actually, I normally challenge people that feel very bad when you present to me a document of 360 that I have no clue about, and you want me to analyze it in a day. But then in McQueen, it was the opposite. You go with a blank. So in your interaction with the citizens for 10 years as the governor, and also as somebody, one of the people who helped us to write this constitution and even the legal frameworks that has enabled constitution, are you comfortable, even in your retirement, as you told us, that devolution is impacting the people whom it was targeted to impact? Thanks.
I am convinced that this edition of devolution in our country is actually on course. Given that in 1963, when we started with devolution, it was very short-lived. Those who believed that power should be exercised from the center triumphed, and as a result, devolution or decentralization, quasi-federalism, that was defeated. So, given we have done 10 years now, I think generally or overall, I think we are doing quite well in our country. Devolution has some staying power. I'm saying this because I also have observed what is happening on the continent. And in many countries, they are still at the level of local governments, local authorities, and they are very emasculated and really they don't achieve much. Even in countries like South Africa, where we borrowed quite a bit in terms of doing our devolution, you find that the practice of devolution, like in urban government, is wanting, so that their metros or cities are not doing very well in terms of realizing devolution, but that's a story for another day. Places like Ethiopia, actually, it's quite successful. Maybe part of why is the ruling government and the subnational governments are the same party. So there is you know, kind of harmony, and there you get some good experiences of devolution. But having said that, in our country, there is this problem, and even as the permanent secretary spoke, there's this thing of devolution is what counties do. You know, there are people who seem to think that devolution is what counties do, but it's not what both the national and county government do together to realize the devolution of power of resources, you know, to the very grassroots level. And I think that's something that, in terms of mindset change, is something that needs to be worked on, because when they're evaluating more about what are the counties doing, not what both the national and county government, although there was a question on also delivery of services by the national government, their perception of that. And of course, because we are coming from an era of centralization, and where there was a lot of marginalization and need at the so-called periphery, so citizens are, you know, are saying, well, the impact is still not much felt because there was a lot of lack. And so that's one thing that we should take into account, that because there was a lot of lack, they are now beginning to see fruits of services being delivered, and so it's still in a kind of formative stage even after 10 years. And maybe something that I think was also touched on is the political parties are, can I say this delicately, they are clever. They don't want to be accountable, so that if in a particular region, you, for example, ODM, you have WIPA, you have UDA, they are the dominant party. They should be able also to explain when they are county executives, when they are county assemblies, you know, are not performing well, they should take responsibility. But they don't do that. They still say the national government, and they kind of evade that. And I think that's another area that we should work on. But to conclude, you see, knowing that the Constitution, particularly in Article 1 and other articles, and the County Government, you know, County Governments Act and so on, said power to the people, like what we are discussing today. For me, of course, realizing devolution in a county was both easy and hard. Easy because I knew that this power had to go to the people, the funds had to go to the people. I didn't own that money. I shouldn't, you know, get a cent except my salaries and so on. So, and I didn't feel that if the people had power, I was disempowered, or as an executive, we were disempowered. And of course, we had some struggle in the county assembly, we had some struggles. But the idea was, devolution means let the people exercise the power. Let the funds which are available be utilized by the people. Let the people make decisions. And that is why, therefore, we had no problem having another government, a people's government, from the village upwards. And it worked, I think it worked reasonably well. Of course, we had our challenges and our shortfalls, as some of the findings have demonstrated, and so it's work in progress. But I think particularly this idea, which was also mentioned, of open contracting, so that you say all information about the contracts, about procurement, is going to be open to everybody, the public. So the people we worked with, you know, we would say, if you make mistakes, the evidence to get you into the court is in this system. So it's up to you to decide whether, you know, you want to be free or not to be free. And of course, that does not mean that you would eliminate corruption 100%, but at least it made people be wary. And of course, it's if they know that as a governor, you don't like this, you know, they pick the queue. They tend to pick the queue from that. But it was actually, therefore, work done by all of us from the villager. And that's why I said I didn't have a legacy as such. It was a legacy of all of us. So I didn't have a personal legacy.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. Please, let's interact with this session. There is an online code on Mentimeter on the Q&A. Please send in your questions. Do not be left behind in this conversation. As you've heard, some of the good things that even now the counties can borrow from what Prof did. And it was not him, it was about just providing the leadership, and people implemented his vision and the vision of the county. Daktari, the State Department that coordinates both levels has done some good work in terms of promoting the realization of devolution in the country. As you told us, you have offered technical and capacity building programs to the county government, to different government officials, so that this conversation or this issue around devolution can be realized and the citizens can enjoy the fruits of devolution. I don't know, from your perspective and from the State Department, after 10 years into devolution and having had those very good trainings, capacity building programs, the coordination between both levels, and we've seen some work, some still need some improvement. Do you think Wanjiku has benefited from devolution from the State Department and even from your own perspective as Daktari, I know you have very many years of experience working on devolution. Do you think Wanjiku has benefited from devolution?
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Thank you for that straightforward question. I would say, as far as Wanjiku benefiting from the services that are being offered by the State Department to ensure that there is capacity and systems working at the county government as the national government works together with the county government, I would say that it is work in progress. Yeah. From where I sit, I think devolution's purpose was to ensure that resources are devolved to the people, and the people are seeing that the resources are helping them to develop. So I can say yes, resources have been devolved, because every year we hear about money being dispersed, and that money is supposed to do ABCD at the county. So I can say, to that extent, yes, Wanjiku has benefited because resources have been devolved. I can also say that systems are working, because when you hear opinions being given, comparisons being made, that this and this is happening in this county, and our county seems to be not doing very well, it means that something is happening, and there is awareness that services have been are reaching the people. And when you see some criticism and some feedback that something is happening and something is not happening, I would say that that is one way of measuring that Wanjiku is participating and is benefiting somehow from the resources. And I can also say that when you hear ward admins saying that they have a caucus and they are there on the ground, you see, I would say that the ward admins, like he rightly said, he said that that is where the rubber meets the road. So if the ward admins are at that level, working together with the implementing what the county government wishes to implement at that grassroots, I believe that Wanjiku is benefiting. Although what I said rightly is that it is work in progress, and we cannot say that we have achieved, we can achieve everything, or we have achieved everything after implementing devolution for 10 years. But I think we are on the right trajectory, and with the support and with the awareness of the citizens and with their positive criticism and the willingness to help us to move towards a devolved system of government, I think we will reach there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yes, we are making strides towards the right direction. Allow me to welcome my co-moderator to handle the next section. Risha?
Hi, I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, and thanks to the panelists. This is already such an interesting discussion. So I'm not so far away, maybe building off our colleague Dr. Rebecca. So we do see, in this kind of reporting of citizens' perceptions, a lot of high levels of support, saying yes, there's been there's devolution is being implemented successfully. I participate more in meetings. There's some really positive indicators. And then specifically because, as Dr. James explained, we've clustered some of the counties so we can report it on county level for a group of counties. And we see, Elgeyo Marakwet and Makueni doing really, really well. But even in those two counties and across the board, you really see it's about 1 out of 10 Kenyans who think that, yes, I believe my leaders want to take my views into account. They want to listen to me. So it's not, it's not reporting on something that's necessarily happening. It's that idea, I believe you want to hear me. I believe you want to listen to me. And these numbers are really low across the board. And so I'm just interested in a reflection on that. Is this, is it just a very difficult norm to shift, even though we have, more resources being devolved, more consultation opportunities, people somehow just can't quite believe it? Are there things we could do to signal, to signal better that we're really listening to citizens, to Wanjiku? Or, how ultimately can we help Kenyans to feel that our governments are really listening to us? And I wonder first if I could ask Mr. Gitonga to respond to that, just, given your experience kind of working with communities. Why do they not feel that their leaders want to listen, and how do we change this? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very tricky question. First, we ask ourselves the role and the function of the ward administrator. The Constitution gives us directly that we should coordinate and facilitate public participation and citizen engagement. So, I want to remember that my first posting in Nakuru County, the first public participation we had 7 people in a ward of roughly around 30,000 people. And where I am now in Subukia, a ward of about 35,000 people, we have public participation on budget that has roughly about 300 people. Do I want to say it's a positive gain? I don't think so. So what is the number? What number should we have for these people to attend a public participation on budget? Because the whole budget cycle requires that citizens engage fully. From the time we budget for these resources to the time when the project, if we budget for a dispensary in one of the villages in Subukia, at what point does the Constitution tell us that this is the end of public participation? Until the time when the first mother delivers in that dispensary is when we should now say, now public participation has been successful. So, one is we should really capacity build the duty bearers, the people who are working with devolution. We should capacity build them so that they can be able to reach more people, reach more citizens. I've heard the numbers on youth. I'm still just above youth. I'm past 35. But I ask myself when I'm seated there receiving views of the community, where are the youth? Where are they? They are the ones to use these dispensaries tomorrow, but they're not here. So we should look for ways to increase the numbers coming to these public participations through ICT. We can use ICT for that matter. We can use all other means that we should see as a country we can think about to increase them. So for me also, service delivery. The Constitution directly tells us that we are supposed to improve service delivery at the ward levels. So, Daktari, let's look at ways to capacity build as for the sake of the public and for the sake of devolution. I was listening to Bwana Edwin when you said that devolution, some of the countries that have devolution, like Germany, and you have taken the members of the politicians to those countries to benchmark. But the turnovers, for example, in my county, Nakuru, if the numbers are to go about, the turnover for an MCA to sit in that assembly for a second term is quite low. Out of 55 MCAs, only 5 came back to the second and third administration. But all the 55 administrators are with me. So I think the best people to do those benchmarking are administrators, government officers, so that we can be able to really move, really see the fruits of these benchmarking exercises. Thank you very much. You there?
Wow, thank you. That was so rich and so shocking. Only 5 returning MCAs. That sort of says a lot. But maybe it also says a lot about our patience on delivery, you know. Professor, I wonder if I could also ask for your view on this, you know, from that kind of the experience you've had. Do you think that the people of Makueni would have said that you wanted to listen to them? Did they feel heard by you? And you know, what can we do to kind of to make Kenyans feel more heard by their leaders? Thank you.
I think basically the people must believe that when they give you views or they express their views, they'll be acted upon. If they think that it is just PR, then there is disinterest. I remember in some of the things we developed, like plans, like CIDP, even budgets, we would get like 100,000 people participating. And because there was also a mechanism, for example, if it's budgets, for a ward development fund, not run by MCAs, but run by the executive. And the people knew that the moment they said that this is what they wanted, it couldn't be changed. So there was a lot of interest. Sometimes they were even hiring their own matatus to come to the public participation because they knew if you are left out, then whatever you wanted will not happen. And then they proceeded to have committees to implement those projects so that the beneficiaries again elect a project management committee to see through that project. And a contractor couldn't be paid, service provider couldn't be paid if those ordinary people did not also sign, that committee did not sign, apart from the technical people, the county administration, you know, signing. So, and afterwards, there would be a sustainability committee. They would choose a sustainability committee for the project. So I think it depends on if people believe that their views will count and they will benefit from their views. And particularly if also you now segment, because we could even get views from children through ways in which children could express themselves, get the female gender on its own, get, persons with disabilities. So it depends on the way you structure those conversations so that people feel they can speak their mind and they will be listened to, and what they want will happen. So if there is incrementally that, then people come out and are able to be active citizens.
Thank you so much, Prof. And lastly, just to kind of go to the other side, if you like. So, Samuel, with all the work you do, especially using kind of ICT to reach more people, I'd love your reflections on this. How do we really get the message across that, government is open for people and they want to hear from them and that they want to act on that feedback? Thank you.
Thank you. I think for me to respond to that question, I would have a few reflections. One is, what's really is the purpose of public participation? And on this, I would like to posit to Mr. Gitonga that there is no end to public participation. If you believe, like we do, that everything that is done by any authority in government, public authority, is done for and in the name of the people, then the people can never be absent in any one of that cycle. So that dispensary will need to be identified as a priority by the people. You will need to come back and tell them in the budgeting process that this is what has been allocated. And if for any reason that dispensary is not allocated funds, because there's not enough funds to allocate to every project that citizens want at the time they want it, you need to explain to them why that cannot be done at this time and when it will be done. And once the project kicks in, you need the citizen to monitor that project to ensure that it is properly implemented. Through, for example, the project implementation committees that Prof has talked about. And once that project is completed and is in use, you need to get continuously the views of the people who are using it. The private sector is very good at doing this. You go and buy a coffee and you get a couple of questions asking you about your experience. The private sector does this. Government, for some reason, doesn't do this, and in some pockets you find that kind of feedback is not even welcome, because it is viewed from the lens of fault finding instead of looking at it from the possibility of getting the services better. So I think for me the reason why citizens feel this is because they don't feel they have been adequately consulted. And when they are consulted, what they have told us, and we've spoken to a couple citizens in a couple of counties this year, is that they don't know what happens to the views that they give. So nobody comes back to tell them, this is what you told us, and this is what that means. The CDIPs, once they are prepared, for example, hardly do counties go back to tell the citizens, this is what is contained in the CDIP. And in some counties, when you want, citizens want to monitor what is in the CDIP, you find there's some resistance also from some of the quarters, because they see it from a political perspective. So I do think that for us to deal with this issue, then we must make sure that the citizen involvement is a cyclical thing. It continues on and on at every cycle of engagement. And counties can do very well, as I say, in informing citizens. And they don't have to do it in barazas because it could be costly. They just need to make use of the mass media and ICT. And I do think at Africa's Voices, we've managed to come up with innovative ways that counties can use to cost effectively keep in conversation. I think that is the emphasis I would give Sasha here, that development is a conversation. It's a conversation between the decision makers and the people. That conversation needs to be ongoing. So let's not just talk about public participation. Let us talk about an ongoing conversation about service delivery and development. Thank you.
Thank you. As we proceed, Risha, I just want to remind all of us to engage with our panelists. There is a Q&A session. The Mentimeter, the code is 73900170. We'll post that. Please send in your question. The conversation must continue. Over to you, Risha.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to thank all of you. I thought the last piece from Samuel was really nice and echoed by in our work as well. It's really against everybody's instincts, I think, in government to give sort of what I would call the kind of the null feedback, that we haven't done what you asked us to do. But I think that's actually incredibly important. And I love this, development as a conversation. It's a very nice, for those of you online tweeting as we go, I think that's a very nice tweetable phrase. Back to you, Osedo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Risha. Maybe just building on the same question from Michael, I don't know, what is your experience in terms of a government considering or taking into consideration public views, especially in public participation forums? What's your take?
Yeah, thank you, Sedo. And that is a very relevant question to this discussion. But I want to start from, I personally identify as a villager. I'm a village boy who has only gotten a national platform to talk about devolution. And so when I'm in these kind of conversations, I always ask myself, when I'm going back in the village, because I still live in the village that I was brought up in, when I meet my grandmother who is coming from fending for the cows, or if I meet that young man whom I left at the base there, seated there, and he asks me, I hear you are in Kempinski talking about devolution, so what is this that you are talking about? I always want to know what would I answer that person, away from the high-level conversations that we usually have at policy level and at such kind of conversations. And I always say, and I'm going to shake the table a bit for this particular conversation. Looking at this report, I totally agree that we are heading in the right direction as far as devolution is concerned. But my biggest worry is we are going there at a very slow pace. And that, to me, has a bearing on why the young people feel like devolution is not working for them, unlike the elder people. And this could be attributed to the fact that we need to agree, are we searching where we are in devolution from where we have come from or where we are supposed to be? For the elder people, they are checking at the gains we have developed, we have achieved in devolution with the baseline of where we were probably 20 years ago. For these young people, they are checking it where we are in this journey from where the Constitution says we are supposed to be. And the Constitution is very clear that for devolution, we are basically exercising Article 1 of the Constitution that gives all sovereign power to the people of Kenya. We only delegate this authority to the elected leaders. And that is why the young people seated here. And I'm very happy because whoever invited these physical participants was careful to have a bigger representation of young people. And this represents the national cross-section of the population. Just by a scan or looking around, I can see we are represented here, young people, almost 70%. And this is close to what we are at the national level. So these young people are not as patient to wait for the fruits of devolution. They want a faster process. They are asking themselves, if we are going to go at this pace, where are we going to be in 10 years where we want to see the real fruits of devolution? And this, the only answer to this, to deal with the apathy that is being seen in public participation, we have to be very intentional about civic education. Because 30% of the young people are saying they do not even know what devolution is. By no standards can we say they do not know that because they are ignorant academically. These are people who have gone to school, who have gone to colleges and universities, but they still have the civic ignorance. They do not know what devolution is all about. And we have to be very intentional, because if we do not get it right on civic education, then public participation will just be a tick the box exercise. It will just be, as somebody says, participating publicly. But when we get it right on civic education, the citizens will know what is expected of them in the budget cycle. They will get to know how do they influence policy so that when it is enacted into an act, then it has the views. And I'm very happy, and I always celebrate Prof. Along with all other Kenyans, because he got it right in Makueni. And this is why we always keep referring back to Makueni when we are talking about public participation. What is so difficult that Prof did and other governors have not done or did not do. And this is where we need now to be very intentional as citizens, get into these spaces, especially the young people, create the space for public participation, and make sure that your voices are being heard. At a national level, at the national level, we are very intentional as the Kenya Devolution CSO's working group, because we realize, and it is out there for everyone to see, however well we do at the counties in terms of pushing for devolution, if the top, if the national level, if the systems that support devolution at the counties is not working at the national level, if the resources are not coming on time, if the audited reports are not being audited on time so that we get the right revenue to the counties, then it will still be a rat race. Until we get it right up there and we have our citizens well empowered, that is the only way we are going to move bigger steps in terms of devolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you. And you've rightly put it. Without resources and without the right information getting to the people, it might take even longer to realize the dreams of devolution. Asante sana. Now, Diana, in all this conversation and looking at the fourth schedule of the Constitution, which talks about the transfer of function or the devolution of functions, and we were even told by Madam Pierce that there's a report on the transfer that is currently underway at the State Department. All this cannot happen without the money question. I remember when the current regime came into office, we were amongst the CSO who wrote and protested why funds were delayed for the counties. Yeah, we wrote letters, we wrote so many press statements and all that just to tell the government that services were crippled at the county with the late disbursement. Now, tell me, because the other question that we meet in all this is, how do we balance the ask for more money to counties and the corruption that has now been devolved? How do we make the taxpayers comfortable that whatever amounts, and you know currently people are saying that the government should take our salary so that we remain with the taxes, yeah? They take our salaries and then we... So how do we get that balance in terms of corruption that has, and you saw one of the main concerns from the report was about corruption. And still we are talking about money going to the counties. Senate denied counties 17 billion. You remember the conversation. Our books are not balancing in a nutshell. So how do we get the balance?
Thank you very much. And first is to note around transfer of functions. It's still very unfortunate that we are waiting for a report 10 years into devolution for functions that were devolved by the Constitution. There can be no other authority to devolve those functions. We work in Vihiga, and what amazes me is that there are still extension officers paid by the national government at county level. What is so difficult about devolving agriculture? It becomes more effective. We would be able, a county understands the soil, the climate, the feeding pattern, the culture, better than the national level. So first is to note there is something very, very, very wrong. And even as we push for accountability for the resources, we must consistently push the national government to let go of the power that they still cling on to. It's quite unfortunate that the same culture of corruption has gone all the way to the counties. One thing I will note is, I think it's slightly easier if we were to get very deliberate as citizens, as the shareholders of these resources, to hold county governments to account than national government. Because you can analyze your county budget. Do you know what money comes from the national government to your ward? Do you know? No. Where would you check? Treasury. Remember, at the local level, your village, you're served by 2 levels of government: the national government and the county government. With the county government, from the CIDPs to the annual development plans to the budget, you can trace. And most of the social accountability and audits that has happened is mainly around county initiatives. We are able to track when a county government promises to build a water tank. We can detect if it has a wall, the nails, the wire, the stones. We can track very well. And I think what we must do is to ensure that as we devolve power, we retain our power to oversight and keep our eyes open consistently. That way, counties will be more efficient. But we must also never ever forget it is a devolved system of government. Who is auditing the national government resources at that level? Remember, they retain 85%. Of all that tax that we are giving them, they still retain the bulk of it, and the billions that are lost, it is not lost just in Nairobi. It is lost still in our counties. So striking that balance is for us to use the models and the innovations that we have created and that are facilitated by our constitution to raise the bar. We have spoken about technology and those types of innovation. Samuel has indicated what they do at African Voices Foundation. I'm sure Sheila will speak about the innovations. TISA, we've been deploying from scorecards, and now we are also trying to get an app where people can just, we say jihusishe. Tukubali kujihusisha na pesa zetu at both levels, not to defend that there is no corruption at the county level, but to note there is corruption at all levels, and we must demand, when you think about devolution, once we get the national government budget, can they be telling us, in my ward, chief amepewa pesa ngapi? Ndio niweze kufuatilia. When a national road is passing through your constituency, if we knew how much was allocated, we would have audited what happened with SGR and the land compensation, but we don't know. And most of the time, why it is easier to audit the county is we will be told they have allocated 5 million for a dispensary. You know, you can deal with 5 million. When they say 5 billion, you just get a mental block. The zeros, the commas, how you audit, which calculator, it gets we get lost. And that is why people will come and tell us, we have lost 2 billion every day. I'll just go to pray in church because maybe my offertory is 200. And I like a journalist who keeps reminding us, the amount of money we lose is so much because even for Christians, it is not yet 1,000,000 years since Jesus died. So for us to lose billions and we just blink and sleep is something that we must wake up and refuse to sleep as we lose our money.
Absolutely. Thank you, Diana. Thank you for that. Sheila, the question still on this corruption. And we've seen various reports from the Auditor General's office, the control of budget and other accountability offices pointing towards massive wastage of public resources at the county level. What is my role as OSEDO to ensure that this money is not wasted? And how do we ensure that some of these audit reports, the findings are acted upon? Because we've seen one of the reasons, you know, we are talking about money, and on one point we are asking for more money to counties. On the other side, a lot of it is being wasted on unnecessary expenditures. Yeah, the 30-70% rule is no more a rule. Nobody's adhering to that in terms of development and recurrent. So how do we, what is the space for citizens in curbing corruption at the national, at the subnational level? Thanks.
Thank you very much, OSEDO. First, I'll get to that, and relate it to even the findings that you have here in this report today. Because according to the findings, allow me, one of the glaring, I'll just pick two of them. One of them was that, when you ask citizens, what are the three main reasons for not supporting devolution? So corruption was actually ranked second at 7%. But when I look at the other reasons, it's actually, corruption is a key factor. You know, increased cost, higher cost at 9%, worse roads, worse health services, which also points to your question in terms of where's the money going. It's because money is not getting to these critical service delivery points, and that is why citizens are expressing frustration in terms of, as much as we celebrate the fruits so far of devolution, but when you look at the pain points, it's really largely as a result of corruption. When you go to the question around what are citizens' biggest concerns around devolution, and 62% said, if I'm not wrong, 62%, yeah, said the corruption and misuse of funds. But when you look at all the other reasons given, poor financial management, counties lack sufficient funds, just relate that to what Diana has just said, delayed disbursement to counties, central government political interference, overlap in national and county roles, interference in county by central government. This is all corruption. You know, why are we seeing an interference by central government? Why are we seeing an overlap in what the services of national and county, at county level? Why isn't the national government letting go of services that should have been devolved more than 10 years ago? It's really just to capture some of these functions so that you're able to control resources. You know, when you talk about monies that we are losing at the county level, you know, so in relation to what Diana has said, we really must now look at what do we need to do as citizens. We've already said that conversation around social accountability. I think it's important. How do we organize ourselves as citizens to be able to follow the money at the local level? And it's not about forming new groups. You already are in many groups, whether it is the chamas by women. Even, you know, the men have so many chamas. Nowadays, I see them having chamas. But when they go to to watch soccer, drink in bars, those are also chamas of sorts. Can we organize already in those groups where we already meet to start following the money? By the way, if you listen to some of the discussions that go on, especially now with the current pain points and the cost of living, before people get into football, before people get into the drinking and get drunk, the conversations that they have in regards to governance, you know, so why can't we just start mobilizing these groups already to get them on the ground to start following the money? I think the other point is ICT. And I'm also a bit disappointed that even as we grapple about the low level of public participation, actually I don't call it public participation, I call it send an email with your response. It's not public participation. I know some of the actors, national government actors, are very, very notorious for it. They normally send those emails on mostly Wednesdays because they want you to appear on Thursday. So Wednesday, 4 p.m. EV, you'll see an email. Please see, we have been invited, give your submissions. The session will be held tomorrow morning at a venue that will be communicated in the morning, surely. How do you start organizing yourself to start submitting? But even where we do submit, and you talked about the 93% of Kenyans who said that, the 93% of our views which were not taken up in the finance bill, because I understand that was one of the bills that Kenyans really came out to participate. But then what happens? Our views are not taken into consideration. So there's a challenge around meaningful, structured public participation that we must look at. You know, for a long time, I still find that county governments, national government are still ignoring critical elements that they must think about when they're organizing public participation activities. You know, what are the other things that citizens are doing? You know that people will be in their offices, but you're calling them at 5 p.m. the next day to appear at 9 a.m., knowing that I have to go back to my boss and ask for time off. You know, so those are some of the challenges that Kenyans grapple with, young people also, and that's why you're not seeing many people coming out to participate. But I think we need to look at some of the factors, probably even just go to the ground, and perhaps maybe our next study to Aweza is to understand what are some of those challenges that Kenyans are facing around public participation. But as I conclude, I want to just say again that the challenges of corruption, we've seen a lot of them at the county level, and I just possibly one reflection I have is the challenge of pending bills. We had a lot of county governors who came into office and conducted some audits on pending bills. Remember that? Where some of them actually said that they are looking at some of the services and goods that are supposed to be paid for, and they're actually not delivered. They are ghost suppliers, ghost services, ghost goods. We even have ghost workers. You remember the situation in Kisii, where people, is it Kisii where people are called to a stadium? Yeah, and where people are told to come. There are more cars than is it more drivers than the cars or more cars than the drivers? All the same, there's a problem, whichever way. But those are the challenges that we're having, and that's why you see citizens decrying the level of corruption. And I think that we need to invest more in, other than public participation, there's a question around open budgets. How do we get, and I think Samuel has reflected even in terms of ways in which you can get Kenyans to be able to participate in some critical elements of governance. So open budgets, open procurement, I think Prof talked about it, looking at what Makueni did. I attended the launch of the, was it the open contracting portal in Makueni more than 4 years ago. I don't know whether it's still up. Is it up? Is it still up? There was something that Professor started, and I think that was extraordinary. And I don't know whether it's up, but it would be good to check whether the current government of Makueni is still living up to that legacy that Prof left behind. Because I thought it was great that Kenyans would be able to log on somewhere, citizens of Makueni, and just follow the procurement. These are the things we are talking about. You know, how do we provide tools and mechanisms for Kenyans to be able to participate more meaningfully?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sheila, for those reflections. And to you, Edwin, you know, you work with the political class, and political accountability is one of the many issues we are grappling with as a country. Yes, because all these people you see in offices are given to us by parties, political parties. So how can we strengthen citizen involvement and engagement in the political processes so that the outcome or the result thereafter can be a group of people we can proudly stand in a podium or a platform like this and say, yes, I voted and I feel that I'm well represented? Because what we've seen is 2 months, 3 months into the offices, we start hearing of revenue leakages, we start hearing about corruption, we start hearing about who wants to fly wearing very expensive shirts, some going as far as Old Trafford to watch a derby, you know. Misplaced priorities. So how can we strengthen that as citizens?
Yeah, thanks very much. I would start from this point, and I would say I always envy the way public rallies are done. Politicians would come and start to speak, and you'll see thousands and thousands of people running, you know, just to see these politicians and to heck or to, you know, or to surmount, you know, to their presence. This concept lacks when it comes to the normal governance process, where now you need people to, you know, to be stakeholders, to go and ask the hard questions, to make sure that, you know, if government is not able to answer, then they come up with different, alternatives just to push government or to apply pressure on government. Civil society can help to coordinate that, but eventually it's the people that have the power to kind of push government to a certain degree, to agree to some of their demands. If it's not pressure, if it's not the pressure from the people, so nothing much can be done. So that concept where you have so many people who come for rallies is the same concept that I would want to understand. How we can have so many people understanding that they are stakeholders, and when you talk about budget, you see thousands, you see so many people coming to say, we also have contributions, we can do petitions and so forth. Now, of course, it starts from who you elect. And again, the point of my concern is that if you look at young people in this country, you realize that very few of them are politically active. And it's different from being followers. So one is that you have, in TikTok, you go to TikTok, you go to Instagram, you'll see them there, socially, they're good. A lot of them are making a lot of business, or a lot of influence. But you don't see the same energy translated into political engagements. Now, you have a very thin line in terms of young people who engage in political discussions. Still, within that group, a majority of them are followers. So they would be, it doesn't matter what you say. So if it's ODM, they go ODM blindly. Now, these are the folks who are going to put the people who are making it so hard for us to realize some of these objects of devolution in power. And once they're in power, it becomes a different ballgame for some of us who, you can be a politician without mandate, but for as long as you don't have that mandate, you're not elected, it becomes quite not easy, because laws, decisions are decided not in the streets, you decide them in parliament, in the county assembly. If you have folks who do not have that vision, then it doesn't matter how much noise we make, for as long as they're in agreement with the people who elected them. So of course it starts from the civic education, but then how do you ensure, and I usually use the M-Pesa thing, how do you ensure that people understand and appreciate that this process is going to realize some tangible benefits for them? That is the biggest question. From where I sit, we've tried our level best, and I think so many organizations have done that. You collect Weshimiwa who've been elected, sit with them down, and the first thing you get to hear, and I think this is so synonymous with a lot of us, is the jittery that you have to bring an elected member of parliament to a hall just to have a conversation. It's a jittery where you're starting to ask yourself, am I going to afford him? You know what I mean? The standards have been set. And also they're going to have a very candid discussions with you, and they'll say, man, you, Edwin, you're attacking us. You think we're not doing much. Man, do you know the last time you visited my village? Anytime I step foot in that village, I'm going to cough 100,000 Kenya shillings. Systems are not working. Sorry, systems are not working. And they're admitting to the fact that systems are not working. But the way that we've been orientated politically is that, and this is something that I don't know how we're going to work around it, is that there is so much complacency and blind following that you do not have people who can, even internally within their political parties, question. Like what Prof was saying before, what happens when you're a governor and you're elected in UDA by UDA party, but you're messing around? How can political party, that UDA political party, work around bringing you to line? Or implementing measures that would, put you in check? Because then there is a responsibility, and I'll tell you, that could be a very powerful political strategy. Because then, if the political parties are okay, and the way it is in Kenya, it's like a religion. It's hard. Uko chini, when you have, and a lot of us, you come from these villages. There is this enlightenment, or there is this excitement that people usually tend to have when you start to discuss politics, when it's this against this. I don't know if you see that, but when you start to talk about tangible issues, that need to be worked on, people start to sleep. People start to take white coffee. They moved from black coffee to white coffee, so you start sleeping because they don't see it. I don't know if it's something that I won't give you an answer on how we want to work on that, but I will tell you that most of our problems emanates from the lack of political goodwill at the national level and at the county level. And I want to end with this quote. It's a Turkish quote. This guy says, and I know you know this quote, when a clown occupies a palace, right? He doesn't become a sultan. It's the palace that becomes a circus. So these folks are there. We have a lot of these circus around us. How we are going to deal with that is now another point of debate.
Thank you very much, Edwin. It was a good quote. Thank you. So we're going to take the first round of our online questions. I don't know whether we have questions online, Risha.
The civil society panelists on our panel. Can you comment?
Recognize the challenges with the current public participation and access to information mechanisms and even corruption reporting mechanisms. There are things that we have to do to make them more effective, particularly make it more meaningful to actually it really becomes a tick the box, very cosmetic. So we must make it meaningful. Me speaking from civil society, the like-minded institutions, many represented here and others, but still not enough able to reach the length and breadth of this country, go down to the county level, all the 47 counties, to be able to address the problems of corruption, and that's why we're still struggling. There's still a lot of attention at the national government, and yes, that's still important because 85% of the resources are centered there. But again, there's a lot of resources also coming from national government to the county, so it means that we really have to deploy ourselves a little bit more strategically. The other aspect is that also some of our oversight institutions have not been able to deploy themselves or devolve as the functions have devolved, and they're still not able to efficiently serve counties and particularly monitor issues around accountability and act on them. Thanks.
Thank you. Back to you, Risha.
Thank you. Maybe we can hear from Diana on the same. And my apologies, Sheila, I had some challenges in sound while you were speaking, so I didn't get the full response. But we have a recording, so hopefully I'll be able to go back.
Thank you, Risha. And it's very much what Sheila has said. With a devolved system of government, people see themselves more in government. So I think whereas people say public participation is low, people speak about governance more, whether in bars, funerals, churches. It has created a certain awareness and consciousness that is different. devolution has also led to an increased number of civil society. Because as TISA, we even tried to convene the Devolution Forum for 5 years, but as a national civil society organization, we're inadequate. We are inadequate. How do we deal with 1,450 wards? So you see a lot of civil society organizations, CBOs, that are focusing on 3 wards. So that has grown significantly, and I think it's part of the birth of the Kenya Civil Society Devolution Forum that is being led by civil society organizations in counties. So I think that has benefited us in a very, very big way. It has also forced us as national organization to decide what we must do at the national level and what we must support. I can no longer go to a county and purport to be the one doing budget tracking. It would be very, very dishonest, and I would also be mocking the people, because civil society is the people. When you think about civic education, people. The people at that level are best placed to do that. So I think devolution has been a very good thing when it comes to civic engagement and the growth of civil society. I see Parliament trying to pass new laws to muzzle emerging civil society, because right now they can't really shut us down. We are too many at all levels.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you. I think we'll take one more question from the floor, then we go back to online so that we can have a balanced. Yes, your hand was up first.
Thank you very much. My name is Kenneth Minor. I'm from Kiambu County. My question will go to Mr. Edwin and probably maybe Sheila to some extent. We've seen the cost of politics and the political processes. I'm in one of the WhatsApp groups from where I come from, and you'll see a conversation there, people talking about the cost of what an MP would have to part with to get that seat. And they would go to, levels of 300 million, 400 million. So in a year, our constituency development fund is 100 million shillings. So the question would beg, when will this person ever recover their cost of return of investment versus where the money is actually going? We are following the money, we are tracking the money. So what do you think that would have to do with all of this? Thanks.
Thank you. Probably I'll take one more. Yes, now the young people are active.
Hello, my name is Nelly Terra. I am from Busia County. And upon representing the young people, I would like to ask concerning the way you mentioned that young people are not into political agreements. And I think this is a challenge because when we look at our leaders today, they are not like showing the real good example that also us, we could say that I would like to be like so-and-so. And for the first time, I'm getting to see Professor Kivuda, and I think he's one of the leaders that I'm getting to look up to. And I'd like this question to be answered by Sir Edwin Adoga. When you say that us young people, we are focusing more on the social part, we are focusing more on the social media part of TikTok and the other ones, Instagram, because we can't look up to the politics because there is nothing that we are instilling and getting out from it. Thank you so much.
We lack role models. Wow. Okay, you're the last one.
Thank you so much. I'm Jacob Ngumi. I'm from the Kenyan Devolution CSO working group. I'm the secretary of the working group. I have two questions. One is about policy and legislation in terms of public participation and civic education, which are the two key drivers of devolution in Kenya. This question is directed maybe to Professor Kivuda Kibwana and Samuel. Maybe you can give us a perspective, because different counties are having different laws which are varying and even divergent from the national laws and policies we have in public participation. Even guidelines, counties have their own guidelines, different counties, so there is no harmonization. What's the driver towards harmonizing the guidelines and policies and laws in Kenya to be able to guide devolution in a uniform way in different counties so that we can achieve success? Thank you.
Thank you. Please prepare your questions. If you are comfortable with the Mentimeter, please send them there. We'll take responses, then we can see if we can take other questions from the online participants. I think, Edwin, you had two questions. Yes.
I would start with the young lady from Busia. Expressed very interesting, deep sentiments in terms of and confirming the fact that actually it was true. Young people spend a lot of time on social media, which is which generation? Your Z. Yeah, we expect that, right? But then I look at it from a glass half full, and I push back the questions to you, and I would want to ask, how then could you transform your presence in social media to some extent to also give back to yourself, because this involves you? I have seen a few young people getting into Twitch space and having conversations and trying to rope on board their MPs, their county assembly members, and having quite interesting conversations. And I think that is a very good step, because once they see that you're involved, they start to become careful. At times, you really want them to know that you know. It starts from there. And then two, I have also seen a lot of young people that have been comedian by day in the past, but you'd see they usually come up with very special sessions where they conduct political satire, you know, or they try to share sentiments about how government is running things badly. And I think the tax issue has brought out the possibility of what young people can do if you step on their toes. I think the government, and I think we haven't stepped on your toes too much, because I'm not so sure if you're paying rent or, you know, I think there's this agitation that is just awaiting the right moment. And I think once we get there, we would see a lot of young people starting to, you know, to engage. Mentorship is very important. The likes of Prof here, if you look through a lot of institutions, they have mentorship programs. Join them, they are going to connect you. If you see a lot of organizations asking for you to participate in, you know, debates, just, you know, figure out how you can do it. You can have those stage frights, you can have those moments, but you have to kind of embrace that and grow through the length. Lastly, on politicians, I usually say this, our politics is very expensive. I ever gave a very interesting quote. I have a friend who was running to be a prime minister in one of the 16 states in Germany, and he was telling me this, and I'm not lying. He spent less than 3 million Kenya shillings to run and win. And then he asked me, how much does your governor spend? And you remember, a state like Hamburg, if you understand the culture of Germany, is a very rich state. Its budget is almost equivalent to the Kenyan budget. And you're spending 3 million to run and still win. And they asked me, how much does, when you run your campaign, how much do you cough? I said, man, do you want us to go there? Because it was going to be a very flowery debate, and to show them how we spend. I think we are very transactional, and our politics is because we're beholden to the fact that it is not service to the people, it is your time to eat. So you go there because it's an enterprise, it's a political enterprise for me. All politicians, if you look at them, majority of them, you will question their track record, starting from there. But you see, there is a very interesting culture that we've developed as Kenyans. We're very passive when it comes to questioning the integrity of some of these people before they run and they get into office. And I usually say that it's because for me, I would say, I would have this discussion with my mom so many times, and my mom would tell me, I'm choosing this person because, hey, this guy comes from my tribe. But I will try and question that, but I will be extremely surprised if a young person like me says the same thing. I won't even question that. I will get into a very deep length, argument around some of those things. Because it has reached a point where, one, we have to lessen the costs of doing politics in this country. Because CDF is used, and that is why Dana said she can't understand why you have CDF, which is unconstitutional. These folks, they want to keep CDF because of one reason, one main reason. It is where they get their pocket change from. Now this is the money that they use to just make sure that they are relevant. But, my friend here will say they don't have so much to do because Kenyans run to politicians for all their problems. They even forget that you have an office, an executive office, that is now the one that ought to be implementing some of these things. So when you want a burial, you go to a politician. When your kid is sick, you go to a politician. When you're looking for bursary, where do you go to?
The politician.
All your solutions, you've hung them on the cross of a
politician.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, but also because services we don't get services, proper services from whether it's county government and national government. And when you see Kenyans piling their needs and, very basic things going to politicians, it's because they're not able to get this from county governments and the national government. And so that becomes the, last point of call to be able to get what you need. But I think you will need a level of behavior change, not just from citizens, but also politicians, but also citizens because we are on the demand side. If I can just quickly comment on the issue around the cost of politics. Yes, cost of politics is, Kenya probably it costs much more to run for political office in Kenya than any other country. I think Edwin has just given us very, very serious data from Germany. Because in Kenya, when I look at the spending limits that were rejected before the last election by Parliament from IBC, we had set 4.4 billion for the presidential candidates. That was the limit, 4.4 billion. I bet, looking at the quality of campaigns that we had from the two leading candidates last year, that they probably spent much more than that. Yeah, many expenses don't come to light. When you look at the cost of running for an MCA seat, if you remember the cost of politics report that was done by Professor Karuti, last year, released last year, was it 2022? Yeah, 2022 was last year. Cost 4.5 million to run for MCA. And I think 39 million for Senate and something about, was it 34 million for MP? So when you try to count back or look at what these people are going to earn in terms of allowances, salaries, even whatever they'll get from CDF or any of these funds. And again, we are a country of funds. We love funds. CDF, word funds, women funds, hustler funds, yes, you name it.
A bit of a problem. So how do we ensure that there's a harmonization of our legal framework so that what is at the national level speaks to the counties and even across counties, there's some level of harmonization of the legal frameworks and the laws? Thanks.
I think up to now, we have not been very clear on what laws should be passed by the national government touching on counties and what laws should only be passed by county governments. And that's why the Council of Governors keeps on going to court to challenge national laws, rather laws passed by the national government, and the county governments are saying that it's an encroachment of county functions and what counties themselves should be able to pass. But having said that, even when it comes to functions, for example, like agriculture, the national government, of course, is supposed to give policy guidance and standards guidance.
Recording in progress.
But even when it is about agriculture, it's about health, there's a way in which it has also to be coordinated so that in the entire country, like we can have food security, we can, have, the standards of what kind of food, we are growing, can it be exported and all that kind of stuff. So that again is an area where there hasn't been good conversation so that there isn't like imposition, but there is a discussion to make sure that the national level, the county level, and even interstate counties, we are speaking more or less the same language. And I will not answer the question of the civic education because the ministry is working on that, and Daktari, will tell us. And Daktari did speak about that, but maybe she will add slightly more. Only that, I know whether it's the political parties, whether it is, county executives, county assemblies, those leaders are afraid of a lot of civic education. Because I remember once being told by the county assembly, people want hospitals. They want we should build hospitals and bridges and so on. You are wasting money in civic education. Why? But they were clever because they knew that the more people are aware, they are going to be questioned about the things that they are doing. And there was always a problem with the county assembly cutting down civic education budgets. And this is something that goes from during the Kanu days, when the police were coming to stop civic education meetings. And sometimes we would be with the police for a whole day because they'd been told that we were dangerous and we were telling people wrong things, until they didn't have lunch and we shared the soda and bread. So I think we really need to think through this idea of civic, education, this idea of what are the forms that we need to do public participation, this civic engagement, so that it is real. Otherwise, it will be cosmetic. And yet, as I think that idea, there was a conversation about the political people. When we have those rallies of ours, we are able to send very sharp messages and get the people kind of, confused. And even when we are not doing a lot of things to help them, they still come back to voting for us, all over. And on that tribal thing, there is the state and there is the national government. But there are those regional governments of those kingpins, and they influence in a negative way, so to speak. And as a result, some of the development that we should have, some movement forward, is actually constrained by those primordial forces, if I can call them. I can call them that. And maybe the young people have a solution to that kind of thing. And so I like the comment from Busia that some of it is rebellion, because if they're not seeing things which are positive, then they go on their own track. Yeah. And you see that track unchecked gets you to Arab Spring. So it's something to worry about or to think about. And I hope there'll be a youth for devolution movement. So that, the people say we are a major stakeholder, 70%, and we can't be excluded, forever. And actually, if one can say this, Mau Mau was led by youth. Even the constitution, this constitution push, a lot of the people who were advocating for it were young people. Even in these demonstrations for which Baba called and so on, many of the people who get involved are youth, but somehow along the line, sometimes they have forgotten and so on. So, but let us be more positive about how the youth can get involved in all what we are discussing about active citizenry.
Thank you, Professor. Very interesting conversation, and we apologize, we've overshot our time. We are winding in a few. I see a lot of questions still coming from the audience, but I want to give Daktari and 1 minute just to respond to the same question, and maybe also try to address how do we shift the attitude and practices from technocrats who perceive citizens as recipients of service delivery and not contributors to development. Daktari.
Thank you very much. The question on how to harmonize the laws, I think Professor has tackled it very, very well. What I can just say is that actually when we delved into starting devolution, many issues were bound to come up, especially in terms of maybe harmonizing the laws. But what I can say is that the supreme law that led to devolution is actually the Constitution of Kenya 2010. And I believe that this constitution should be a guiding line in terms of making our laws, so that any law that is in conflict with the constitution, maybe we say that the constitution should now be like the overall, should take an upper hand, because it is from that point of coming up with the constitution that we came up with the devolution. So maybe all laws should actually look at should be interpreted in terms of, are they in conflict with the supreme law of the land? Maybe. Maybe there you had something else to say.
Sorry, the other question was about how do we start seeing, or from a technocrat point of view, we see citizens as recipients of services, but not the contributors to to development. How do we change that?
How we see citizens as recipients and not technocrats.
As not contributors to the development. Like citizens are just waiting to receive services, but not engaging in the process of creating quality services for themselves.
Oh, I get it. So it's like citizens look at services to be given a certain source, and they are passive recipients. I think when people get information, and when people get involved and they see that they are part of the process, I think they are willing to participate. Even in our families, a family where maybe when a decision has to be made about, maybe we want to buy something new, or maybe we want to move houses or whatever, and then just parents are the ones who just come and then they tell children, okay, park, we are going. You see, such a family looks at, such children look at the parents as the overall. But when the parents involve children, sharing information about their resources, about where is where, about their role in this journey, I think children are willing even to give information or to contribute positively to the development of the family. So we can copy and paste that to the nation. That we can only remove that notion when we involve citizens in the journey of decision making, sharing information, being transparent, and ensuring that institutions that are charged with doing what are doing it the right way. So if we can educate our citizens to know that they have a lot to contribute and not to just be receiving the services, then I think we can remove that notion.
Thank you, Dr. Interesting conversation. I wish we had more time to continue engaging. But before we wrap it up, Risha, you've told me there's one burning question online so that we don't lose our online audience. Risha?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you to everybody. This has been so fascinating, I have to say. So the last question will go to Sheila, if that's okay. So we have a question here about, you know, what do we do about these audit reports that we have that keep getting disregarded? You know, in some way, and I wanted to direct that to you because I think obviously, you know, it's quite hard to measure corruption in actuality. We tend to live in this world of perceptions, and the perceptions are almost as important as what's actually happening. But the audit reports are, you know, often the one means which we have to at least quantify in hard terms, you know, these nice words we like to use for corruption, leakage, wastage, all of that. And yet there doesn't seem to be an accountability loop around those. So how do we kind of entrench them better? And maybe also what can we as citizens do to kind of keep that agenda on the table, the agenda of the audit report when it comes, and try to kind of prompt action based on that. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that's been a challenge in terms of action on the recommendations that come from the audit reports, both at the county level, national level. But one of the things that we've tried to do, also just to enable citizens to be part of this process, is to simplify audit reports. I know a number of us have been doing that. As TI, we try to put that information in a public audit database where citizens, media, civil society, and others can be able to engage more deeply with the findings, because again, sometimes they say when you want to hide information from Kenyans, just give us a report with lots of figures, and for sure, people will not read because you already feel alienated from that information. So simplifying is an important first step to engage citizens. The other point, once citizens are able then to engage, is to build their capacity to be able to demand for action from the oversight institutions that should act on these reports. Because when you look at, if you go back even 10 years more, and so you'll find that there are many recommendations, many findings that are yet to be acted upon, whether it is through further investigations by EACC or other actions that should be taken to just demand more accountability for resources that have not been fully accounted for. So we need to just get to that point where citizens are able to demand that information. And I've seen some proposals, though of course there are concerns around what it will mean for service delivery. For counties that remain, you know, repeated culprits, where you keep on seeing counties that are not, or rather are getting adverse opinions, what do you do with such counties? There are suggestions that we actually then stop disbursing money, but then of course you have to balance that with what it may mean for service delivery, particularly critical service delivery like health, and others, where citizens are heavily reliant on the county government. But I think these are conversations that we can continue to have, but I think it's important that we actually get to the bottom of it and get full accountability from the findings and recommendations that are given by our audit reports.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That would bring us to the end of our discussion. Please tuwapigie makofi as we give them 30 seconds each to make their final words. We start with Bwana.
Thank you very much. All I want to say to all partners, to all devolution partners, is that there is a positive correlation between a well-structured county devolution administrative officers who are well motivated and utilized to service delivery. So we are ready to work with all the partners and to work with the public to continue giving the services between the community and the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In that seconds, I would only want to say that for the Kenya Devolution CSOs working group, the number one flagship project that we want to start is to prepare a citizen devolution conference. We all agree that the devolution conference that was there is, as somebody said, it was government speaking to government. So we want a real citizen devolution conference where citizens are actually going to be talking with their fellow citizens on devolution. And number two, on the issue of funding civic education, I think we need to focus more on county budgets and see how we can be able to tap on the existing legal framework to hive off some resources at the county budgets to finance civic education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Daktari.
Thank you very much. What I want to say is that our country is on the right track as far as implementation of devolution is concerned. And it's important that both the county and national government work together because it is for the benefit of our citizens. The national government does not have its own citizens and the county government does not have its own citizens. So it is important that there should be that trust so that we work together so that we move forward in terms of ensuring that our citizens are given services and they are aware of these services and how they will impact on them so that they can be able to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. I know Diana has a flight to catch. We thank you so much. Tumpigie makofi akiondoka tafadhali. Thank you so much for your contribution.
I think one thing that we didn't discuss is the relationship of the county administration and national administration, and that harmonization, or whatever the constitution said, one needs to look at that. There used to be a Ministry of Devolution, but now the devolution docket is in the DP's, the DP's office. I think it's important for citizens to know how, from the earlier formulation and to the current formulation, how everything still is intact, so that some things are not left out. The national government with the 85%, the development part of that, I think it's necessary to also know how it is used in every county, because that money also gets used within counties, or the implementation is within counties, so that there is equity. You know, there was some conversation about roads. Some people are getting more roads than others, just the other day through Kera. So that I think is an important thing. And counties are beginning to have county peer review, the peer review mechanism, just like at the continental level. So there should be more encouragement for counties to get involved in that. I think Makueni and Tharaka Nithi, you know, have some pending reports which now should go to the the 9 eminent persons and COG. And finally, I think from this report by Taweza, I think if it is possible, you need to pick each of the points about what should be done to make things better and address it to the relevant. What will be addressed to the counties, to the national government, and so on, so that a letter is written, and then there is the possibility of implementation. But we again thank you very much for this big work.
Thank you, Professor. Yes, Mr. Samuel.
Thank you. I think there's a question that had been directed to me earlier, which I want to respond to as part of my concluding remarks, which is about the policies and legislation on public participation. And my, having been there when the first drafts of these laws were being put in place, and looking at the challenges that those face, some of them genuine, others not genuine, I would urge our friends in civil society to work more towards not legislating, but influencing practice, so that you don't end up with a law that counties just tick boxes as an exercise in futility, but rather counties actively, working and striving to engage the citizens better. That's the main response to that question. Then I finally want to speak to the young people, the youth here. I don't know, I have heard it's hard to connect with the youth. I may not know how to do it, being in the minority. But there are 2 or 3 things that I know, and these are a fact, that every generation has a battle to fight. You know, Profia, it was around the opening of the democratic space and the agitation for a new constitution. For this generation, I think it's a question about accountability, particularly on the use of public resources. Unfortunately, these things will bite the youth a lot, more than they will bite us, who are a minority. What does that mean? Everything that is happening today, whether we neglect it or engage with it, it will exact a premium on us. Already, some of us were already making noises about the borrowing that was happening in the last 10 years. There wasn't much traction around that. But you can see where we are today. And the hole is still being dug. So very soon you might actually find that joke about keeping the taxes and then government remaining with the salary becomes a reality. And yet it will impact our young people very directly on the quality of life they live. You know, I went to school through Higher Education Loans Board loan. It was almost guaranteed that I will get that loan. So with the trend that we are moving, it is the social services that suffer when we have to shoulder such huge debts in an economy that is not growing in tandem. So if we do not engage with these issues, let's just know that they will come and exact a premium on us very soon. Thank you.
Is it possible for the ministry, maybe for Deputy President's Office and the Minister of Youth, to have a conference, maybe even from law level, of the youth and devolution, so that maybe one can know what they want about devolution?
I think what I can say is that is an opinion that can be noted.
Thank you. Yes, Edwin.
Yes, my parting shot is this. Devolution is a good thing. We need to protect it. We need to advance it. Like what Samuel just mentioned, young people, we need to figure out a way to hold government to account, unless of you doing business with government. I see a lot of people, a lot of young people asking, which is a good thing, but it should not be the ultimate thing. Right now, every antenna is out there among young people looking for tenders, looking for, the richest people in this country are people who are doing business with government. I stand to be corrected. So you cannot hold government to account, and at the same time, you're busy looking for how to be rich doing business with government. So ask government to provide you with space and the right, policies and the right, execution methodologies that allows you to actually engage and thrive in the local market. There is a way.
Thank you, Edwin. Yes, Sheila.
From this report, we have seen that devolution has had some gains, but we should be very careful that we don't reverse the gains. If you look very carefully at some of the statistics shared, especially where they've provided a comparison, you'll see that over the last 4 years, yes, as much as we're reporting gains, but it has been a bit slow in terms of the positives that we are seeing, in terms of the number of people participating and so on. So what can we do to ensure that we keep that momentum high? One of the things I would urge is social accountability, but we can't have meaningful social accountability where people are able to follow the money if we don't have access to information, we don't have public participation, and I agree with Samuel, how do you start influencing that practice towards public participation, meaningful public participation. So let's look at the critical elements that will need to drive social accountability to where it needs to get and work on those elements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, my panelists. We had Madam Sheila. Please tumpigie makofi. Thank you so much, Sheila. We had Edwin. Tumpigie makofi. We had Samuel Tumpigie Makofi from Africa Voices. We had Professor himself. Thank you, Prof. We've had almost 1 hour, 40 minutes of discussion. We really appreciate your time. Daktari, thank you so much. Michael, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. My brother from the ward administrators, who is the chair, Mr. Gitonga, thank you very much for making time for this discussion. I would request, Diana in absentia. Thank you so much, Diana, and the TISA team, Madam PS, and everybody who joined us in this discussion. So as my panelists exit the stage so that we can get the closing remarks, I want us to appreciate all of them. Please, let's give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your insights, your wisdom. And I normally tell young people, revolution itaanza pale kwa social media. So, ukiona kitu, please post too. Okay? You just post it. So, at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, after that very engaging conversation, thank you. As my panelists settle, I want to first say that we've had a very, very morning and afternoon discussion on devolution. And as I said when we began, you and I have a role to play to make devolution work. Let us not be finger pointing, yeah? Let us not be apportioning blames, yes. Government is there to facilitate, but the actual doers is you and I. So you have a role in your small way, in your small organization, in your individual capacity, you have a role to play. So I want to call upon Melania to say closing remarks, and I don't know whether they are, okay, and a vote of thanks. Asante ni sana. My name has been Osedo Steven. Won't change. Not now, not ever. Asante ni sana. Mungu awabariki.
Thank you, Osedo. That was quite a wonderful facilitation session you had there. Risha and team online, hatujawasahau. It's always, I hope you are still there. Unfortunately, you won't join us for lunch, but we'll send the pictures. So it's only for us who will do Kimpiski today. So again, I just want to say asanteni sana for everyone who made their time. You know, it's almost like 5 hours with us. We really appreciate having you here. Vote of thanks to Madam PS. Well, she just left, but we're really happy, and her team for being part of this process. I know it has been quite a journey until we are here, and also all the panelists who made time and shared their thoughts and ideas. Subsequently, also all the members from various county, official, non-official, state actor and state actor who are here with us. We really appreciate your presence and your contribution, both online and also in person, and any other person. I apologize if I don't mention you, but please just do note that tunashukuru sana as Twaweza. I think way through listening to the voice box, which we saw the video from the Mashinani, which our team, our IT team shared, Dr. Sierra presentation, the PS speech, and also our panelists. And I think a number of you, when the people were sharing the feedback, you were nodding along. One thing I saw, well, it's my opinion, I don't know if you share the same, is the consensus that we are in the right path. I mean, devolution is what we fought for, and this is what we want to move way beyond. So I don't know if you think the same, but that is what I had when I was listening to the speaker, the panelists, and I think looking online. Having said that this is what we want, and there's a number of gains in terms of access to service, some element of public engagement. You know, there's a visibility to a number of issues, be it access, be it engagement. Probably I can reach to my public official more easier, more faster. There are also some element which the report and also speaker mentioned which we can improve on. And I think what came out is the issue of building trust. the issue of trust, collaboration, partnership, not only with government and people, but I think what I had is an element of stakeholder partnership. I'll use I love mafia movies. I love The Godfather. And they usually said, I don't know that in Italia, they say this is our thing. The Godfather people, they call it in Mastieso, they said in Italia, they said what? There's an Italian word, and they say, this is our thing. So devolution is our thing. It's not, I completely always disagree when we have issue of political process, and we say, the government, serikali, sisi kama sisi mtatuachaje achaje. Waswahili wanasema unatuachaje wachaje. So my thought, and I think also a lot of speakers echo that hii ni kitu yetu. All of us are stakeholder. The question of technocrats seeing citizen as just passive. Kwani wanajua nini? Kazi yao ni kupiga kura. Mengineo tuachie sisi wataalam. Kuna huo msemo wanasema Waswahili. But it's not the case. We can see from the finding, it's not very bourgeois statistics as Dr. Sierra will have it, but they're telling me very clear, as Sheila said, when you look at all those things they're complaining, it's feeding back to, I am not happy with this service and I want more. And they're saying we want to be part of this process. Fine, we can see some participation. We are participating here, but how is it? What is the format? Kwa sababu mambo ya kuniambia kwamba Ijumaa jioni unaandikia barua, njoo Jumamosi asubuhi kuna mkutano, sijakuelewa hapo bwana ofisa. Because you can't tell me, and that is where that is happening, that in terms of public participation, that you're telling, give your feedback, write an email. And then the feedback which comes back is that we received feedback from this number of people. Na zoezi limeishia hapo, especially at national level. So I think the essence of building trust, enhancing ownership, not only government to citizens, but I think all of us, every single person have to be a stakeholder in this. I love what Edwin mentioned, that the energy of political rally have to be converted to political process and engagement, not only by youth. Well, of course, youth makes 70%. I think Kenya, right now, everyone is a youth, unless you're on a deathbed. Even 70 years old are youth. In parliament, they say, below 50, you are a youth. Prof, am I lying? So I think having everybody on the table, the stakeholder syndrome of owing these resources, is very clear. Issue of financial management came out very strongly. Issue of meaningful engagement, which is toppled by civic education. We are all stakeholders here on that, and I think it should be one party. So it would be wonderful to have co-creation, to have partnerships, even amongst CSO ourselves, to try and bring all these different strands together and ensuring that in the next 10 or 20 years when we meet again, we won't have, the issue of corruption being a factor, but other more things of what more can we do beyond this. So with that, I think I will leave it that, because I think their panel, their team, the participants, both online, have been very detailed on exactly what is needed to be done. Probably now is what can we do beyond here? I mean, what is our contribution? What can we pull from here? And this report is just a dipstick. It's not necessarily, the end of everything. We still have to track over time what we want to do and exactly what can we do to make this process better and even to harmonize all these issues which we want to visualize that in the next 10, 20 years, how we want the devolved units to be. So for that, again, tunashukuru sana. I will leave it there unless there is a very burning issue which somebody wants to say on the floor. And they said, Melania, piga ua. No, zaga zaga, I have to say this. Please. Going one, going two. Oh, there is. You see? Please give here.
Thank you. I would have felt left out because I belong to a very small minority. the only person who would be closer to me is Professor. My first point is this. To my sister from Busia, where I come from, they say, give it a bad name, not a dog, give it a bad name, and you leave them eating it. You leave them eating it. The politicians will make you sick. You feel sick, you leave them eating it. Go for it. To my fellow youngsters, like the lady from Busia, you are not the leaders of tomorrow. You are the leaders of today. Not today, now. Professor, you are sitting with your former student. I am also here with my fellows, with my student. Did Michael run away because I stood here? Michael is my student. That is one of the benefits of my teaching career. Education is power. Education is power. We have been talking about public participation. I got a new expression, participating publicly. That is what we have been doing, isn't it? Isn't it? Good people, let us have public participation. How shall we get our people into public participation? All of us in this hall look like knowledgeable people. We are enlightened. How many of our people, how many of our Wanjiko are enlightened? Let us enlighten them. We empower them, then they will go for it. Finally, where I come from, sisi wazee, we eat the choicest part of the goat. Ile ya mkono, the leg, and we give the boys their neck. And we instruct the boys, clean the meat from the bone, then you come for some more. By the time we come, tumekula ile ya mbavu, na ile ya mkono, na ile ya thigh, tumemaliza. And they have been trying to get the little bit from the neck. The CDF was a wonderful idea when it was muted in those days. Because I think, Professor will agree with me, it was the closest we have to devolution today. The way when it came, because it brought development right to the grassroots. But it is out of date. Do you know our MPs are the boys who have been given the neck and they leave the flesh with our wazee, read the executive eating the trillions. And then now, the Council of Governors has muted the World Development Fund to be run by the MCAs. My question is this: if the watchman is doing that work, who is watching the watchman? If the watchman is doing that, when is the watchman going to do what we gave them to do? Because our both MCAs and the MPs are given the work of representation, oversight, and the legislation, not implementation. And that is what they are doing. If you go back to your place, to your home, your MP is running around chasing where the CDF money went. Where are the trillions going to? Madam Sheila, ki kisungu mingi munatuongelesha, unatuambia corruption, corruption. Tell us our money is being stolen, not corruption. Ni wezi wanaiba pesa zetu. My name is Peter Manu, a student of Bunga Mashinani School of Governance from Kiambu County. Asante.
Thank you so much, Mzee Peter Manu. You heard Mzee Peter Manu. Youth, seize the moment now. Who is this young girl from Busia? Oh, it's you. You've heard Mzee. Sio kesho, sio leo, sai. Ukitoka hapa ni mbio. Si ndio eh? Karibu tena. So you've heard Mzee. Mzee was very eloquent, very clear, straight to the point. Youth, let's not miss this bus. We have to be part of this movement. Accountability, transparency, and also Mzee is enhancing ownership. Leave this conversation here. There's a Twitter conversation which will take place where more reflection, more discussion. Please take more contact from even within the room. Spread as much as possible this information to your groups, the drinking groups, which Sheila mentioned there. The Jaba group, how include Samuel. Actually, ulikimbia mwalimu wako alikutaja hapa, you had run away. I do not know what was that is the case. So quickly, as we're just about to go, so I want to just a few of housekeeping announcement. The panelists, I have been asked to request you to remain behind for a group photo, so please do stay for some few minutes. And those who have not registered, kindly do so. There are some two beautiful ladies outside there who will assist you to do so. And do not forget to fill up your stomach. I heard there is amazing buffet down there. Josiah just informed me that the meal is fine dining. You know, they're saying fine dining. So please, before you leave, to spread the message, be out there. Let's have this conversation. Let's form coalition, more coalition. I think Sheila mentioned, Angela mentioned, Samuel mentioned, more coalition. Let's actually pull ourselves together, as you mentioned. You by yourself, one single person or 2-3 people can't do this in all those 47 counties. So the more we come together and form this partnership, this collaboration, co-creation, I think we can be able to see this fruit probably in the next 10 or 20 years to come. So in case there's any other thing, Sarah?
Recording stopped.
Yes, Sarah, probably some, but asante sana. Mnaweza kunipigia makofi.
The most important thing has been said. I will not add anything to that, but I want to do something, just one thing, to ask you to just stand up. That's the one thing. And I also want to say that this will never have happened had you not made time to come. So this, we might have appreciated the panelists, the keynote speakers, but we have forgotten a very important person who is available here, who has stayed with us from early in the morning. On a Monday, don't forget that. So we truly, truly, truly appreciate you coming, and are looking forward to, if that, at least you make a friend here, look for an opportunity that you can take beyond this room. But before we let you go, would you join me to clap for yourself in this manner, okay?
Oh, okay, there's a manner.
Yes, it's called 5 factorial, okay? You remember the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, all right?
Mumeelewa? Kwa wale wazee, ama amna wazee, kila mtu mjini ni kijana.
All right, so this is how we begin. We will start with flowering it, and you can decide which flowers you want, okay? You can decide the daisies or the carnations or the roses, make it as beautiful as you want, all right? You can move a little bit if you want to add the thorns and the leaves and all that kind of thing. But please do that, because this is specifically for you personally. All right? So let's do the coloring and the flowering in whichever way that you want. And then let's go. 1, 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please don't forget to pick our meal voucher. It's just outside there. And please, if you've not registered, we would really appreciate to get your details. We really want to do a lot of follow-ups, and a number of opportunities have come up, and there's so much work that we need to do. Not just Twaweza, but CFA, but TISA, but African Voices, but Conrad, but all of us that came to this event. So thank you so much, and have a lovely, lovely week. Thank you. Panelists. And may I please request our panelists, tafadhali. And if you want to take a picture with any of our panelists, I believe that's also allowable. Please do so. And remember to continue engagement on the social media platforms. Thank you.
na serikali kama uko mashambani kitambo tulikuwa yani wananchi mambo yenye wanaongea banishu
amekula zinafanyika mitaa yao, lakini inafanyika kama emergency hata Wakenya baada ya kila term
tutarajia kwamba
devolution imetumika vile inafaa. Ikiwa kuna notices zimewekwa, at least wanajenga barabara zinaweza matengenezwa, drainages siku fulani na kwa maisha inabadilishwa.
I think the counties are not going because of corruption first. The other thing is favorism.
Participation ilifanyika lakini haukuwa na habari.
Somebody can come in the counties and favor his brothers. So they will eat the money. Us will suffer.
Lakini pia
then us will suffer. So they are not focusing on us, they are focusing on themselves.
Kwa sasa naweza sema serikali kidogo imefinya wananchi kwa upande mwingine. Kwa sababu ukiangalia
because we are trying to
kitambo serikali kuu ilikuwa inasema ya kwamba
we are not
chukua ID ni free.
Maybe in future,
lakini sasa hivi
opinions will help maybe, but right now I don't think
wanashangaa hizo pesa wanatoa za governance. Naweza sema Kenya vizuri yenye tulichagua angalau wanajaribu
vizuri
kuraise
hao wenyewe
wananchi vizuri kawaida
faidi,
lakini hata
sio sisi
kama
sio watu wa chini
nikidhani
kwa nini tuko na shida.
Baadhi ya magavana kuna mahali Mkenya na bahati huwa wafanyi. Mkenya anapoongea kuna uongea anataka kuonekana, lakini yale maneno anayoongea yanaenda kwa mfano anataka kufanya kazi ni kuwa lakini anavyotaka kufanya kazi uzito fulani fanya maana moja tena aina gani yake. Uzito wa mfuko siwezi sikika na kwa jumla hana haki. Charity mpaka uwe na uzito fulani wa kifedha angalau ndio uweze kusikika mahali popote pale. According na maisha ambayo tunapitia kwa sasa, tunapoangalia vitu kadhaa 1, 2, 3 kama vile mambo ya hospitali. Ikiangalia kwa mfano wanasema ya kwamba mtoto anashughulikiwa ikiwa free. But mimi nakana hiyo maneno, maana ingekuwa inatumika free. Mimi nimeenda na mtoto hospitali na nikatumia pesa zaidi ya shilingi 3,000 kwa usiku mmoja, na ni hospitali ya serikali. nikitarajia kwamba nimepeleka mtoto atibiwe bure, nikakuta inabidi nikuwe na pesa. Na nikiangalia mara nyingi nikienda hospitali ndogo ndogo ama hata hospitali kubwa, naenda nafika pale na hudumiwa kama kawaida na naandikiwa madawa naenda kununua. Ilhali ukijaribu kuchunguza hizi chemist unakuta ni ya daktari mwenye anafanya pale hilo hospitali.
Hospitali madawa hakuna. Ukienda hospitali wanakuandikia. Hata mimi natoka hospitali saa hizi niko na mgonjwa. Hata nimechanganyikiwa. Ukienda unapeleka mgonjwa. Mgonjwa ni mgonjwa sana, wanakuandikia, wanamtazama, wanakuandikia enda pima kwa kliniki fulani. Ukienda huko ni shida tu. Unaambiwa na pesa yenye hata una. Saa hizi kupima tu mtu ni 500. Yaani atoe damu, kinyezi na makojo. Wananiambia 500. Dawa tu za kumpatia zimefika 5,000 na sina.
Katika mahospitali unaona kama tuseme ulikuwa mgonjwa kama hii ugonjwa kama wa kansa. Yaani kitambo ilikuwa unaenda kwa hospitali kuu kama ya Kenyatta, lakini siku hizi unaweza zipata katika county yenye uko. Si lazima utoke kwa hiyo county uende county ya Nairobi. Hizo services unazipata kwa county yenye uko. Yeah, inafanya kazi na iko poa kabisa. Imeleta mambo kuwa easier and cheap.
Kwa habari ya hospitali hata tunasikisanga tunasema siinuke kidogo. Tuone hii hata unajua hata mimi nikiwa mnyonge nikienda pale kama vile rais atasema hata mnyonge atahudumiwa.
Kama kuna NHIF tunabimwa na kila kitu, lakini nzuri ndio hiyo ya public. Itabimwa ile kibimo unataka, lakini dawa yenye itabata ni binkila. Ile dawa mzuri ukisema kana unaumwa kifua ama unaumwa wapi ama ni hiyo ugonjwa ya kale ubati hapo unanunua nje, unakuja kutoka nje unanunua, si dawa unabewa hapo. Lakini kibimo ukikoma uko na NHIF unalipwa na NHIF hiyo kibimo yote, NHIF inasimamia, lakini dawa hubati hapo.